Hey guys, I'm Tony at Show IP Interface Brief. Today is day 59 of the 100 Days of Labbing. I am just getting started, got my coffee, which is delicious. Get some breakfast here, which I'll get to. Alright, today I'm going to try and tackle two labs. One is a 2-hour troubleshooting lab, and one is a 6-hour configuration lab. I'll likely excuse myself for restroom breaks, water, and a snack around lunchtime. But other than that, I'm gonna try and bang it out and try to give myself that real lab experience. Now these labs that I'm getting ready to do. Hey Dewan, good morning, man. Good morning. How's the audio coming through? Sometimes I have trouble with an echo. You can let me know in the chat. I'm going to try and give myself sort of an authentic lab experience by doing these two labs in this order. So the CCIE lab, it's a well-known fact that they start you out first thing in the morning with 2 hours of troubleshooting, and I think there's 10 tickets to solve. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here, 10 tickets, 2 hours. And I think you have the option of extending that 30 minutes in the CCIE lab. I haven't taken the CCIE lab yet, but I've been exposed to the format and the style over at when I went to Cisco Live this summer. So that's what I'm going to do today. So it's going to be probably about, thanks Dewan, I appreciate it, man. It's going to be about 8 hours. So I'm looking to wrap up probably 3-4 o'clock. And then if everyone knows from my previous Sunday streams, man, it's Sunday Faux Day. So after I complete a lab, after I'm done working here, whether I win or lose, I go sign off and treat myself to some pho. I don't know if everyone in every part of the country has pho nearby, but we do here on the East Coast, and it is a joy we love. Yeah, man. The config. So for the lab, the CCIE lab, you start everybody has the same format, which is the first 2 hours are troubleshooting a pre-built environment that has faults in it. And then the next section is 1 hour, 1.5 hours of diagnostics. And I'm sure I have this middle section wrong on the duration, but the diagnostics is where they show you a topology, they give you a problem, and they show you some random show output, and you're not allowed to touch a console. So it's really just reading through different show output. You know, they might do it like a show interfaces and a show IP protocols and a show IP OSPF, and give you a problem, and you just have to figure out, you have to diagnose the issue from the given output, which is really, really challenging. And also, moreover, excuse me, it's the morning. I'm still tired, even though I know it's, Duan, I know it's 7 a.m. over by you, but I'm tired. Man, I was up late last night. That's like I am every night. But the diagnostics is hard to study for, right? It's not something that, as far as I know, there aren't any labs that I can pull up to practice that. In fact, there aren't any labs, right? It's just show output. So it would just be in a written form. If anyone has any sources for any vendors that have material for the CCIE diagnostic portion, please let me know. Send me the link. I want to try the material. But there's lots out there for configuration and troubleshooting, and that's what we're going to do today. We practice what we can when we can. So I'm going to get kicked off here shortly. I'm doing a Cisco 360 lab. It's called the Cisco Expert Level Training. Let's see if I can pull that up here, if I find my mouse. Grab it over here, put it on screen. Cisco Expert Level. Let's see where we're at. Expert level. This doesn't give you much information, but this is the login page for the materials I'm going to be using today. They have a workbook on there that has 20 labs. I'm doing lab number 2 for both troubleshooting and configuration today. And it's really great material. In fact, you know, I've been through a number of vendors' material and boot camps as well. And everyone has recommended, even in folks that haven't maybe been exposed to the same material as I have, but has been through some of this, has said that this is the closest thing to the CCIE lab, both in the style and the format. So sort of the drawings they give you, the wording, the bullet points, the task order, all that sort of stuff is the closest to the CCIE lab you can get. And although I'm not finished my journey, I did want to expose myself to the Cisco 360 materials, and that's me doing. This is me doing it now. It is advised in your CCIE prep journey, as you're prepping for this sort of course, to do this section at the tail end, right before you're ready to take the lab, because it is so close to the lab experience. And because of the difficulty level, and also, good point. Hey, Landtamer, good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. I'll get to the price if I can find it in here. But I will tell you, I will share a personal experience, and also this is not just me. I think it was Tim McConney, CarpeDiemVPN.com. Let's see if we can pull that up. He shared his journey, and I feel the same way about something that he mentioned in his blog post, my CCIE journey finale, Carpe Diem VPN. This was a great blog series. I think he did 5 blog posts that talked about his series. So he took the CCIE lab and failed it, went back, studied some more, and came back for the win. Oh, man, I just gave the spoiler away. Oh, it's a really good read. He's a really good writer and an excellent engineer, and I was so happy he shared his story. My point is, here in his blog series, he mentioned you can only do a lab, and this is just for yourself. This is just a recommendation for yourself. You can only do a lab twice. The first time you do a lab is the first time you saw it. You're a virgin material. You've never seen the topology. You don't know the commands. You don't know the routing boundaries. You don't know anything about it. After you take a lab, you give yourself maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then you can go back and take that same lab. It's just a personal experience and based on his writing as well. You can only do a lab twice, and the reason is if you try to do a lab 3 times, hey, good morning, Antonio, welcome. If you try to do a lab more than twice, so when you do your lab your second time, you start to remember some of it. And I've had this feeling because I've gone back and done 1 or 2 of the labs twice. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember this. And so what happens is you're solving the lab based on memory, and you're not solving it based on critical thinking. And that even can expose its own challenges, because when you get stuck on something when you're doing a lab for the second time, you're like, what did I do last time? And you're struggling to remember instead of trying to take away, trying to forget that you did it the first time and solve it critically. So my point is getting back to the Cisco 360 trainings. It's only recommended to do these once, because when you try to do them a second time, they don't have the same value because you remember some of them. So if you guys are prepping for CCIE, you're out there, you're doing your work, don't think that you can get a lab and just do it over and over and over and it makes you better. It actually doesn't. It may help your fingers and your muscle memory, but it doesn't actually help with your critical thinking. So as far as the price on this, let's go related links. I have 100 hours from this, and also I purchased the 3 assessment labs. I'm going to tell you one of the things that I really love about the Cisco expert level training that I haven't shown anyone yet. I'm saving it for the very end of my studies. Let's get some work done today, folks. Look forward to it. Oh man, that's right. The land tamer's an early bird. He's always up early here on the East Coast. One of the great things about the Cisco expert level training is that they have a pack of graded assessments. graded troubleshooting. They even have diagnostics. So remember I said most vendors don't have a diagnostics. They do have some. And then lots of graded configuration sections. And by graded, I mean they grade you to the same standards as old man hours. That's right. The land tamer, the old man. Grandpa Tamer. They hold you to the same standards as they do in the CCIE lab, and they grade you similarly. And they give you a live report, and they show you in the config, this is what it should look like, and there's 3 elements, and you only had 2. And they give you a side-by-side scroll of the running config on each device of what it should look like. And you can go in with the mentor guide and post-exam, after your exam has been executed, after you've done a graded portion, and you can get into the mentor guide and actually do some show commands on the devices that you've already configured after your exam is done. To actually, because you're going to be questioning yourself, I know I've done it. I was like, wait a second, I know I put that config in there. I know that should be right. And you get in and you show your config and you were wrong. And you just got to take it on the chin. It's just the way it is, you know. This is not a subjective exam. There's a right and a wrong answer. And some people don't like that, but I say I don't care. That's what I'm training for. I'm training to be right. I'm not training to be subjective. So let's see if I can locate the price on this thing. So I got this when I bought Narbix Bootcamp. Let me fill you guys in on Narbix Bootcamp. I took it in January or February of 2018. Really great bootcamp. I've also taken INE's Bootcamp, which is a great bootcamp. It's just different styles, different presenters, different people. Narbix Bootcamp was really designed for prepping someone and testing their readiness for the CCIE lab. I definitely wasn't ready then. I hope when he circles back around my area, I can join him again. As part of buying Narbix Bootcamp, you also get Cisco 360 labs to do on your own. So with his package, you also have to create a Cisco 360 account, and you get 10 workbook labs, which is what I'm doing today. 10 workbook labs, as well as 2 graded assessments, or 3 graded assessments. I think it's 3 graded assessments. And hey, I appreciate it, Duan. I'm going to try and see if I can find it. 3 graded assessments. So I have a graded assessment for troubleshooting. I have a graded assessment for diagnostics. I have a graded assessment for configuration that I am going to do, I hope, on my 100th day of labbing. I want that to be the capstone. I want that to be the last one. And the reason is the graded assessments cost on an individual basis. You can only do them once, and you have to buy it again if you want to do it again. So obviously, I already have purchased that, so I want to do the ones I've already purchased. But we'll kind of use that as a metric, the graded assessment that I'll take on my 100th day of labbing. I want to use that as a metric to really gauge my readiness to see how many more days I need to study or what do I need to do. So I hope that was a good intro for everybody, good exposure to Cisco 360. I don't know if there's a price here. Let's see. Training learning partners. I don't think this will get us what we need. Yeah, see, there's Micronics right there, which is Narbix company. Netmaster class, that's Caslaw, the guy who wrote a lot of these labs. That's his training company. I think most of you know Global Knowledge. Some of these others I haven't seen before. Top Out Human Capital. That's an interesting name for a company. Okay, I don't know. Training for route and switch. I don't know where the prices are, and I didn't buy this outright. It came as a package from Narbix Bootcamp. So I'm sorry, Duan, I do not have the answer for you. I'm sure if you get in here and you create an account, they will Cisco will love to take your money. So yes, they will allow you to buy this, I'm sure. But I don't know where to get the price here, and if I try to log in. Also, let me see. I'll do this, and then I'll get started with my lab, guys. So I'm just 15 minutes in. What am I? I'm trying to look in my email real quick. Cisco expert. I got my results. Cisco. Access your smart instructions. Password reset. Here's my password reset. Let me grab this. I'll sign in here. I'll see if there's a cost. I don't know if it's exposed in here what the cost is, and then I'll start my labs. Put myself in the top right. Yeah, I appreciate it, Duan. Thank you. So as you can see here, I have 3 assessment labs that I can schedule. I have the troubleshooting 8, the configuration 12, and the diagnostics 1. So I'll be doing those probably on my end. Here's an exposure of how hard these can be. You have performed 7 assessment labs with an average score of 35. I have one of those labs that sort of swayed that, which I got a 0 on. But labs are tough. They certainly are tough. And here's the program that I signed up for, the routing and switching. When I click in here, it gives me a great reference library for a lot of topics, how to do them, how they work, a lot of theory behind it. That's a good reference. The exercise workbook, which I'm working on today, which is here, the troubleshooting lab number 2, and the answer key, and then the configuration and the answer key. I'll be grading it tonight and just doing a wrap-up tonight or tomorrow. And then I have labs 1 through 10 to do as well. Here's the assessment labs. You need Adobe 8. Hit cancel on that sucker. And here's how it gives you your report, which is a really good report. Here's the configuration lab 12. I think I've done it twice. Prior attempt. So yeah, this one I got a 0. That was at Cisco Live. I got a 0 because we only did it for about 30 minutes and we really didn't do much. Then I got a 19 out of 76. That's a configuration lab. So at the end of my journey, I hope to be able to bring this up to a passing score, which I think is probably in the 70s or 60s. This is troubleshooting. Troubleshooting, I got a, it says combined score 43. What did I do? Oh, okay, it's a combined score here. So troubleshooting, I got a 6 out of 24, and my configuration lab 2, I got a 37 out of 76. I must have really tried for that one. They're hard labs. That's a failing score. That is not a passing score. They are really hard. This one, configuration 1, I got 56 out of 76. So that's the one I did last Sunday, guys, where actually I graded myself and got a 46. So, all right. So I guess, let me see. I don't see any way to get price out of this thing. This is just sort of the dashboard on, here's all the labs that they have. It's really good material, man. I haven't met a vendor yet that that doesn't put out good material. So, all right, let's get started. Close that down. Let's make sure my labs are still hot. I'll go up here today. Router 1, router 2, router 3, router 4, router 5, router 6, router 7, router 8, router 9. This is my router 10. It's called Backbone. Switch 1, switch 2, switch 3, switch 4. I started these consoles last night, so I just wanted to make sure my connections were still hot. Let's see. Thanks, man. It's all good. I hear you stream on Twitch. You working on CCIE? Yeah, LAN Tamer. Normally it's past my bedtime. I know. Grandpa Tamer over there, he can't stay up late. He can't drink coffee in the afternoon, or he won't sleep. All right, guys, I'm going to get started on my troubleshooting section here. First thing, I got some new coffee today, which is a Giant brand. Giant is a grocery store here in the Mid-Atlantic region on the East Coast, and it's their medium roast extra bold. Isn't that bad? Not bad at all. Normally I'm a Starbucks man, but that's not bad at all. So I'm just getting exposed here. The first couple of pages are your copyright information, then your table of contents for the lab. I'm going to skim over some of these objectives and lab instructions, because one of the things for the CCIE lab is always read the objectives and the instructions, because they might put a gotcha in there, and if you skip over that, you might not, you might miss it. These are the objectives that actually walk us through the lab itself. This is not actually the requirements. This has a difficulty level, so I'm going to actually skip these 2 pages. I print my materials, guys, because I don't have a lot of screen real estate here. I have only my surface that I work on. Everything's done on the surface. And then I have this flat screen monitor from the year 2000. It's old, and I use that for monitoring chat and stream. So I print my materials. I use a paper copy. I know in the CCIE lab everything is done on screen, so you have 2 big screens to work with. I think they're 20-inch screens. I don't have that. So anyhow, here's the restrictions and goals. You receive credit for each subsection. You must fully complete the subsection per the requirements. You will not receive partial credit for partially completed subsections. And what that means is in a section, if it gives you 3 bullet points, you have to be successful in all 3 bullet points to get the points for that subsection. That subsection might be 1 point, might be 2 points. All IPv4 subnets are displayed in the scenario belonging to the 172.16/16 network. Last lab, that was 172.10, which if anyone has been labbing for a long time and they're using RFC 1918 space, you normally would default to 172.16. I definitely found myself last lab typing in 172.10 .16 a few times when it should be 10. So getting a hang of those tricky subnets, you definitely have to be aware of. Points will be deducted for failing to assign the correct IPv4 addresses. Do not use any static routes. I've always been told this. It's in every one of these labs. Excuse me. Do not use any static routes. You can't use static routes. You have to understand the dynamic routing protocols and how to implement them. Advertise loopback interfaces with their original masks. Now, if anyone has ever been exposed to this, you know that applies to OSPF. And when you turn OSPF on a loopback interface, it defaults to a network type point-to-point, which means it'll even if your loopback is a /24, which most time they aren't, but in the labs they are, it will only advertise as a /32 because it's network type point-to-point. Or it's network type loopback, excuse me. And to advertise the real mask, you have to do network type point-to-point on that, and then it will advertise the full /24. So that is bullet point specifically aimed at OSPF. The network 0.0.0/0 should not appear in any routing table in the show IP route unless explicitly specified otherwise. Do not use IP default gateway or IP default network command. So they don't want you to do sort of default routing most of the time. Do not introduce any new IP addresses. All IP addresses involved in the scenario must be reachable unless explicitly specified otherwise. So that means every interface in the topology needs to be reachable from all other interfaces unless explicitly specified otherwise. That is something that has always tripped me up because there's always a place where you can't redistribute from one to another, or I haven't done it right, or I'm blocking something somewhere. It's really difficult. It really is. Do not introduce any new IP. Unless explicitly otherwise, addresses and networks advertised in the BGP section must be reachable by all other BGP routers, but do not have to be reachable by routers that only use IGP. Use conventional routing algorithms only unless specified otherwise. That means no policy routing. You can't do policy routing on an ingress interface. Typically, that is not allowed. Conventional routing algorithms. And actually, how that was worded in the study material was, what is a conventional routing algorithm? Well, all routers conventionally are destination-based routers, right? They route packets as soon as they come in based on the destination IP address and not the source. Typically, if you're doing policy-based routing, you might match on the source and route traffic a different way, right? That's the whole point of policy routing, is being able to override the routing table. So they want to use conventional routing algorithms only. At least that's how it was explained to me for this learning labs. Do not create new interfaces to fulfill IGP requirements. Do not summarize unless explicitly asked to do so. Do not modify hostname console VTY configuration unless you're explicitly allowed to do so. Do not modify the initial interface or IP address numbering. That's it. Those are the bullet points. Almost all the labs have the same requirements, but I want to make sure I take the time to read them over and expose myself to them, because in the lab, if you miss one of those requirements and you decide to create a new interface, or you decide to make a GRE tunnel, or you decide to introduce a static route, that's going to cost you big time. And I don't want to have points taken away for free. Meaning I don't want to miss something obvious. If I miss points in my lab exam, I want it to be because I didn't fully understand a technology, not because I didn't read the requirements. All right, here's my topology, which is awesome. This is the troubleshooting lab. Here's my topology. This is the layer 2 connectivity. Here's my, so I have 2 diagrams here, IPv4, IPv6. And here we start ticket number 1. Read the lab carefully. Yeah, man, Antonio, absolutely. I haven't been exposed to it yet, but I'm trying to build good habits, trying to build the good habits here. If I lose points on labs, I want them to be here in my house. I don't want them to be in RTP. You know what I'm saying? I read it normally, then backwards, meaning bottom up. That's an interesting strategy. I might adopt that strategy for the next lab I do, just to see that, just to expose myself to that, because I haven't tried that yet. You got to try everything. You got to try everything. And if it works for you, great. And if it doesn't, move on. But I'm willing to try that. That's not a big deal. When you get here to RTP, let's link up. Absolutely. I don't know when I'm scheduled. I haven't scheduled yet. I'm looking at maybe taking a first try. I call it a first try because I'm not going to be down on myself if I take 2 tries. If I take my first try, I want that to be sort of the dipstick, the oil dipstick, to see whether or not I'm ready. And even though that's a big price tag to pay, it's still cheaper than a degree from Harvard. You know what I'm saying? That's a quote from my good man Doug Kenline, who's no longer with us. Land Tamer knows what I'm talking about. He always said that. He said, I don't care how much money it costs to be CCIE, how much money he spent over the last 10 years. He said, still cheaper than a degree from Harvard. And what he means is you can make the same money as a degree from Harvard, being a top-level CCIE at a fraction of the cost. Yeah, doing that helped me catch words in the requirements my brain automatically thought was there from reading the practice requirements over and over and over. Yeah, no longer with us. Yeah, I know. He's still alive. He's just, he laid down his CCIE hat, and he's trying to do getting into something else, some stock trading. So, but yeah, cheaper than a degree from Harvard. So although taking an attempt knowing that I might not pass may be a high price to pay, but if it's in the budget, then I want to make sure I do it. And that's where I'm at. So it may be Q1, first quarter 2019, I might try to go down there if I'm ready. And then I think I'm going to take my second attempt, if I can, over in, where is it? San Jose, California. I might try to do that right before Cisco Live, which is in San Diego. So I might fly out to San Jose, do my second attempt, and then fly straight to Cisco Live. Just sort of bounce on the West Coast. I don't know. That may just be a pipe dream. You know, I don't know. But that's just what I'm thinking. And the reason is because the Land Tamer, when I was with Land Tamer this year at Cisco Live, after I passed my CCIE written, I had said that I want to be CCIE with my digits before the next Cisco Live. So that's why I'm working with that timeline. I'm in the what do they call it? The DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia. I'm on the Maryland side. Mid-Atlantic region. A couple of states north of you, I believe. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get started here. Troubleshooting ticket number 1. I'll read the ticket, then we'll get started. Troubleshooting ticket. Users reported that connectivity within the DMVPN is broken. R1 cannot ping R3 and 4 across the DMVPN subnet. While solving this ticket, refer to the description of topology and the expected behavior and network policies and the special goals and restrictions subsections to determine if your solution is appropriate. I haven't done one of these troubleshooting labs before, so Colonial Beach on the VA side of the river. Oh man, nice. Oh, that's right. I'll be there on Tuesday. Oh, you're coming up here Tuesday? You got to let me know. I think Monday's a holiday. If you're a federal employee or a federal supporter, or a federal contractor, I think you have off on Monday. Okay. This is my first time doing one of these troubleshooting labs here on stream and here personally in this room. So I'm just trying to catch my flow here. I'm going to help understand it. Description of the topology. Router 1, 2, and 4 use DMVPN subnet. 1, 3. I wonder why it says 1, 2, and 4. To exchange the IPv4 traffic as shown on the IPv4 diagram. All right, let's look at the diagram. All right, I see DMVPN. I see routers 1, 3, and 4. I think there's a typo in this sucker. So I believe that's a typo. And how I'll verify that is in the answer key that I'll look at after I'm done here. If it said 1, 3, and 4, 1, 2, and 4. Ethernet 2 interface on the subnet is used for DMVPN MGRE tunnel. Source R1 is the DMVPN, R3 are DMVPN spokes. Expected behavior and network policies. All IPv4 same subnet addresses that are configured on the DMVPN must be reachable without requiring routing protocol support. Okay, so that means there's going to be an MGRE problem or a misconfiguration in the tunnel interface, as long as their physical interfaces are reachable. So let's go 1, show IP interface brief. Okay. Show IP interface brief. I'm just checking the interfaces. Looks like I see Ethernet interface down. Oh, because it should be router 3. Show IP interface brief. Ethernet 2 is up. Show IP interface brief. Ethernet 2 is up. So from here, let's do a ping 192.168.1.3, router 3. Okay, let's do router 1. Make sure the underlay has reachability. It does. Let's check that show DMVPN. Coming from router 4, unknown. Show DMVPN. Show DMVPN. All right, let's get back to router 1. Let's show that tunnel. Where's our tunnel? Tunnel 134. Show run interface, tunnel 134. Okay. Oh, I did check reachability, but let's show interface ETH02. Let's just check the mask. /24. Show interface ETH02. Checking the mask. Show interface ETH02. Checking the mask. All right, back to R1. Checking the tunnel interface. Show run interface tunnel 134. Network ID. OSPF number. Okay, we're not doing routing protocols at the moment. Tunnel source, tunnel mode, GRE multipoint, tunnel key 134. Show run interface, tunnel 134. Did I see a network ID up here? Network ID 134. Okay, that should be enough. 134, okay. Network ID. Are they in the same subnet mask? Yeah. Router 4. Network ID 134. 134. GRE multipoint. Next hop server. That next hop server is the wrong address there. The next hop server is the wrong address there. Okay. So I think this will take care of it. The next top server, you guys might be getting a little tip. A federal contractor, not off on Monday. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Tuesday, yep, from Tuesday to Friday. Antonio, you're going to be in town. Hey, man, let's see if I got you on Twitter. I'll send you a DM on Twitter later if I can remember. If not, just send me a DM on Twitter, and maybe we'll if you're going to be in town, maybe we'll hook up or something. Or let me know what your schedule is while you're in town, if you have any availability. We'll meet. All right, but I think this is the problem I'm looking for here. So if you guys don't know about this trick, you just highlight the whole interface, paste that sucker in, back this out, 172.16.134.1. Hit it. Come over here, router 4. You just grab everything you need, get into the conf T, paste it in, and you're ready to go. I didn't have to get into the sub interface. I didn't have to do any of that crap. Just do it. All right, that looks good. Let's check here. Show DM VPN. Good, both up, dynamically learned. Let's make sure we can ping each other. Guys, I forgot to turn some music on. Yeah, cool, hit you up on Twitter, good work. All right, good looking, thank you. I'm gonna turn some music on. Since I got a couple of people in chat, will you let me know if the music is too loud or if it overrides me? I was trying to mess with the levels last night, and I don't know if it worked out. I'm sure it just comes on in a blast, so sorry if that's popping anyone's eardrums. Let me know. Ping. Try and get this. Ping.1. Excellent. I'm going to do a lot of copy and paste here. I wonder if in configuration mode, can I do ping? I can. Huh. I don't think I've ever tried that. Okay, so I'm going to say that's successful. All IPv4 same subnet addresses that are configured on DMVPN must be reachable without requiring routing protocol support. So can I ping the .3? I can. All right, sweet. And from here, this side, ping the .4. Sounds okay. Thanks, Tamer. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to call that one solved. So what I do is, this is a 2-point troubleshooting one. Oh, wait, what time did I start? I'm going to say it's 8:42 now. I'm going to say I got started, what, 10 minutes ago? 8:32. I want to make sure I give myself 2 hours for this because I don't want to go over. Whatever I get in 2 hours, I'm done. And that means I need to work on my pace. It's important to be able to work on pace too. It doesn't matter if you can solve the CCIE lab in 16 hours in practice. You only have a couple hours to do it, so you got to work on pace too. Pace is important. All right, number 1. Number 2, switched network troubleshooting section. Crap. So I think that's going to be my layer 2 drawing. I'll read the requirements. The requirements. Users reported that the switch network does not operate according to the requirements provided in the switch network troubleshooting section. There is no reachability between R1 and R2 on VLAN 12. There is no reachability between R1 and R6 on VLAN 16. R4 cannot reach R3 or R5 on VLAN 34, but R3 and R4 can communicate. R6 cannot reach R7 on VLAN 36. While resolving this ticket, refer to this description of the topology and the expected behavior network policies, special goals and restrictions. Wow, that's a lot of reachability problems. I'm going to assume that all these VLANs don't exist somewhere. Someone's in VTP transparent mode or something. Description. The switched Ethernet topology for this lab consists of VLANs as shown in the lab diagrams. No additional VLANs may be configured or used. The links, Ethernet 2 and 3 connecting switch, are bundled in an Ether channel link. The links connecting switch 1 and 2 are .1Q trunks. The links to 1 and 6 are .1Q trunks. All other links are access links. Links connecting switch 3 and 4 are ether channel links. The Ethernet links that are shown in the lab diagram must support same subnet reachability and the routing protocols that are shown. Jesus. Special goals and restrictions. Allow only traffic in the required VLAN across the link trunk links. Do not create or use any additional Ethernet interfaces. All unused links in the Ethernet switching topology are administratively down. Do not create any additional Ethernet interfaces. Okay, this is going to be a lot, I think. I'm looking at this like it is a tough ticket. Yeah, no control C in the actual lab. In fact, I think, you know, I'm using putty here on the screen, and actually I'm using a tabbed putty. Normally I use multiple putty windows, even though it looks absolutely disgusting, because in the real CCIE lab, all you have are individual putty windows. You don't have tab putty, you don't have secure CRT, you're using real putty. And I think in the real putty, or in their version of putty, which it just has some different default configurations. There's no highlight to copy and right click to paste. So it's a little different. I think you have to highlight and right click, do copy, and then right click again and do paste. And I think you can change that in the putty settings. They told me that you could. But again, I don't know. I don't know until I sit down. All right, let's look at these switches. Show VLAN. I just want to see if they each have VLANs configured. Okay. So I'm going to try and validate the couple of bullet points that it says here, which is the links connecting switch 3 and 4 are bundled in an ether channel, which is 2.2 and 2.3. Let's see, 2.3, switch 3, 2.2, okay. Two and 2.3. The links connecting switch 1 and switch 2 are .1Q trunks. Okay, show interface trunk. Oh, I'm in router 1, that's why. Show interface trunk. Looks like I have only interface 1.1. Show CDP. Neighbor. The E2 and E23 connecting switch 1 and switch 2 are .1Q trunks. Connecting switch 2 and switch 1. That's E2 and E3. Show. I didn't see him in this list. The top one, switch 2. Show interface trunk. Show CDP neighbor. Connecting to switch 1 is 2.3 and 2.2. 2.3 and 2.2 is there. 12, 16, 34. Let's go back to switch 1. Show CDP neighbors. Switch 2, ETH 2, 3, and 2, 4. I'm gonna show run interface. Make sure I'm not butchering an existing config. That's interesting. Wait a second. Switch port. Oh, there's switch port mode access. Okay. Let's do conf t interface range. Hey, Duan. You're in VLAN 36. Hey, Duan. I know you were pushing aliases in your stream 2 nights ago, and in the CCIE lab, you can write your aliases in the routers. But I heard this. But you better remove them before the grading script, before you're done, before your lab gets graded, because you don't know what the grading script is going to run, and so you better pull off your aliases. And I've heard that some folks getting stumped on that. They put in some aliases to help themselves out, and actually when the grading script runs through, it actually hurts them. So just a word of caution. I haven't been there. I haven't sat in the seat, so I don't know for sure. It's all hearsay and conjecture. Switch port mode trump. All right, let's see what VLANs they were calling out. All right, they were calling out VLAN 12, which happens to be this one. VLAN 16 they were calling out, and they were calling out VLAN 34. And also I need VLAN 36. R6 cannot reach R7. Where is that? R6 and R7. Okay. And also it said that the link to R1 and R6 are .1Q trunks. The links, switch 1 and switch 2. Okay. So R1 and R6 connect to switch 1 and switch 2, and switch 1 and switch 2. Okay. So switch 1 show CDP. Show CDP neighbors. I see R6 on ETH 11. Show interface trunk. ETH 11, 16 and 36. Let me come over to switch 2. Show interface trunk. Show CDP neighbors. And that's Ethernet 00. Ethernet 00 is connected to R1.
Inhale and exhale.
Yeah, make a habit of using only in my lab. Yeah, that's why I, you know, there's an old saying here. You guys can quote me on this. You can put this on Twitter. Practice doesn't make perfect. Good practice makes perfect. And what that means is you could be sitting here practicing CCIE labs till the cows come home. But if you're not building good habits and you're not doing good practice, then you're building bad habits and you're not practicing well. So, but you got to go through the motions. So it's about trying to recognize. You know, I found myself falling into some holes sometimes, and falling into some bad habits, and they're really hard to break, because the reason bad habits are bad habits is because they're comfortable. They're easy to execute. The harder things are normally the good habits, and they're harder to execute. And you know, we are animals in nature, and we will always choose the easy path. Although if anyone is in the CCIE journey, it is not an easy path. So more strength to anybody who has chosen to do this. It is not the easy path in life. I wanted to try and figure out here what VLAN that is. R6 cannot reach R7 on VLAN 36. So switch 2, switch 1. Okay, I see 36 is in a forwarding state coming from router 6. On switch 1. Alright, so I'm gonna make my little notes. 1636. Okay. 1636 on switch 1, switch 2 on ETH00. Show interface trunk is 12 and 16. The links to R1 and R6 are .1Q trunks. All other links are access links. Okay, show interface switch port. Hang on, let me see. Switch port. Operational mode. Alright, watch this. Show interface, switch port, pipe, include name, pipe. Boom. Okay, what this is going to do is this gives us a highlight breakdown of each interface and what it's actually operating at. Not what it's configured, what it's actually operating at. So it looks like I got ETH11 on switch 1 as a trunk. Yep, that's going up to 6. Down, down, static access, 2.0. Okay, and then the other trunks connected to switches. Boom, boom. Okay, looks good. Show interface, switch port, pipe, include name. It's case sensitive. Time spacebar. Okay, Ethernet 00 is a trunk. Good. Access, and then trunks. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I'm satisfying that requirement. You have to verify, and then the links connecting switch 2 and 3 are 3 and 4 are ether channel links. 3 and 4 are bundled into the ether channel. There's this last one here which says R6 cannot reach R7. Cannot reach R7. Okay, what does the IPv4 topology look like? Okay, VLAN 36. They're on VLAN 36. I need to make sure VLAN 36 is on switch 3. Show VLAN. I got 36. What interface? ETH00, that looks right. Between switch 1 and switch 3. Between switch 1 and switch 3. ETH12, that sucker shut down. That sucker shut down. Alright, so we're going across to switch 2. Wait, let me see. Okay. We got it now. That's going across 2.0. Now we're hopping down to switch 4. I'm looking at my layer 2 drawing, and I'm tracing out the path through all the switches to exactly where this VLAN goes. I'm tracing the VLAN. Switch 4, show VLAN. 36, I got it there. It should go across that port channel, I do believe. Show... what was that? Port 1 and ETH20. What is ETH20? Okay, that's the receiving port channel. Show run interface PO1. Switch port access 36, switch port mode access. Okay. Let's go for switch 3. Show run PO1. Show run interface PO1. Yeah. VLAN 36. And then show ETH0, show run interface ETH00. Access. Switch mode access. Yo, I should be good. There's only one way to find out. Show IP interface brief. 6 and 7. Show IP interface brief. Let's see if we can ping on. Wait a minute. 36? Well, maybe I have a problem here. Hang on. That's access. 1.6 should be a trunk. Show run interface. I think I see it. Wait, .1Q36. No, that's not it. 30. Should be 36. Yeah. 36.3. 36.6. Ping. 36.3. Oh, I can ping. I have reachability. Okay. So that is R6 cannot reach R7 on VLAN 36. Yes, it can. So let's just go through and verify real quick. Routers 1 and 2. We should be good. Routers 1 and 2 on VLAN 12. Looking at the IPv4 diagram, which is ping 172.16, 12.2. Excellent reachability there. There's no reachability between 1 and 6. 1 and 6 is going to be 16.6, ping 172.16, 16.6. Oh, I'll just make your heart sink. 16.1. Encapsulation on Q16. Service policy input. Oh. ICMP drop. Okay, so they probably have reachability. We can try by just putting in the IP address. Crap, host not responding. That is no good. This guy. Let's see, show run. Okay, nothing there. So I wonder if I can. It says open. It's closing right away. So I don't know if that's officially reachable or not. What can I do? I can take the service policy off. Validate, and then put it back on. ETH01.6. Okay, that's gone. So ping 172.16.16.6. Still no good. is this not the right one? Is this not the right one? Having a real reachability issue. Alright, that should go from router 1, show run interface. Oh, I got it right there. Show run interface.6, VLAN 16. It's a /24. Sometimes you get burned by the masks. Okay. And IP virtual reassembly in. Okay, this may be an exposure, the gap of my knowledge. I don't know if that command is what's screwing me up. But I tell you what, I'm gonna take it off too. And then I'm going to trace this through the switches. Router 1 goes to switch 2. Show run interface 800. I see 16 in there. I see mode trunk. I see .1Q. Show VLAN. What am I thinking of? Show show run. I'm looking for if there is, what do you call that? A VLAN map? Access map? Show access. What's it called? Show VLAN. It might not be in there. Show interface trunk, which is 12. Look, it's like 16 is going to 2.2. Over to switch 1, show interface trunk. 16 is 2.2, and then it goes up to ETH1. Show VLAN. What am I thinking of? Table map? Access map? VLAN filter? No, show file. Show VLAN filter. Oh, let me get this thing. Show VLAN. Show map. Crap, there's going to be so much stuff to go through. I thought it was called filter something. Can I just pipe that? No, I can't. Policy map, no. I tell you what, let's just do a show run just to see. Okay. Okay, so this one is still not reachable. I need to mark that down. R4 cannot reach R3. R3 and 4. Oh, okay, on the back end there. Looking at my topology. Ping 172. 172.16. 34.4. Please work. Sweet. Okay, R4 cannot reach R3 or R5. Okay. So let's do 34.5. Excellent. Oh, but R3 and 5 can communicate. Alright, so let's get on to R4. Ping 172.16. Dot 34.3. That's good. .5. That's good. Okay, that's good. R6 and 7. I think I already did, right? Ping 172.116.36.36. 36 and 7. 36.6. That is reachable. Okay. So the last one is this R1 and R6, man. What is going on there? Okay. R1. Show CDP neighbors. R1 is connected to on ETH 0.0. What switch am I on? I'm on R1. R1's ETH 0.1 is connected to switch 2. Yes. Show run interface. Yo, didn't we already check this? Show IP interface brief? Okay, it's because it's a sub interface. Sorry. Show run interface. .1Q16. IP address 24 mask. I'm going to leave OSPF network on there, no problem. Let's come over to R6. Show IP interface brief. Oh, wait a second. This is, it says don't create any new interfaces. So wait a second. This is R6. Hold up. That's 36. Hold up. Okay. I see what's happening here. Alright, I believe that son of a gun needs to be switch 1.1. Show run interface ETH 1.1. Okay, I believe that needs to be native VLAN. Who's with me? Did everyone catch that? Native VLAN. Not sure about port 1 using access, but the port assigned you made a trunk. What do you say? Not sure about the port channel 1 is in access, but the ports assigned you made a trunk. I did. The port channel is in access between switch 3 and switch 4. I know I don't show the topology on here, and I also don't show the written material because that is proprietary to the product. And although I'm doing the labs live, I don't want to violate any copyright information of this is actually what you buy. You buy these labs right here. So unfortunately I don't share the topology. I know it would be much better if I did. I hope to one day be able to generate my own labs and expose them to everybody, but we're not there yet. Switch port trunk, native VLAN 16. Switch port interface trunk, native VLAN 16. Let's go to R1. Ping 172.16.16 and what the hell am I? 666.6. Now we're talking. All right. Slow clap for that one. It took way longer than it should have. And you know what? I even checked the show running interface a number of times on that router and did not catch it. And that's just because I'm feeling the time pressure, you know? I'm feeling the time pressure. I only got 2 tickets done. That was a 3-pointer. Okay? That ticket is done. All right, ticket number 3. Ticket number 3 is troubleshooting ticket OSPF. Users reported that the OSPF routing domain does not operate according to the requirements provided. Make sure I have the topology up here. While resolving this ticket, refer to the following sections to determine if your solution is appropriate. OSPF for IPv4 is divided into 5 areas as shown in the IGP diagram and listed here. Only these listed subnets should be internal to OSPF. So I guess I need to validate that. So we can do that by just hopping on an OSPF router and showing the routing table and seeing, let's see, that's RIP. This topology here. Who's got area 0? The tunnel interface. Okay, so let's hop on router 1. I'm on router 1. Show IP, route, OSPF. I got nada. Wait. Before we get too far ahead. Remember, I removed that command, the service policy, the input policy on that one interface, which was on R1. Let's go back. I guess that's one thing I need to make sure I have is paste this back in. That was for ETH016. So show run ETH01.6. Okay, so I got nothing on there. Let's conf t, paste that sucker in, and show run interface ETH01.6. I got the service policy back on there. Let's make sure pings don't work now, because I think that's, if I was reading that correctly, that's what it was doing. Pings do work, but I feel like they shouldn't. Show IP interface ETH016. Make sure we got reassembly after decryption QoS marking. Input features, CCE. It just says CCE input class. Is that right? Should be input CCIE. Let's check that policy map. To hell with you. Show policy map. I wonder why this says CCE input classification. Output features, stateful inspection. I'm looking for the policies here, so we know this is OSPF. Route discovery. Alright, let's try and just hop across the way and ping 172.16.16.1. It still works. I wonder why I'm reading that as drop on router 1. ICMP set precedence to class ICMP drop. Okay. Conform action transmit exceed action drop. Huh. I would have expected to see some drops. Alright, I feel like I put the command back in. I'm not seeing the output I expected, but let's move on to the OSPF. show IP route OSPF. I have show IP OSPF neighbors. I have no neighbors. Okay. Let's hop on 3 and 4. Nothing. No neighbors. What's going on here? Show IP OSPF neighbors. Nothing. And lastly, I'll get on router 6, which is the last OSPF router. I would have expected OSPF to be configured. So let's get back on router 1 and do show IP protocols. EIGRP. I see OSPF here. Okay. Outgoing, not set. My router ID is my loopback. It's an area border router and autonomous system boundary router, redistributing external routes from connected, includes subnets and redistribution, and from EIGRP 12. Okay. Number of areas in this router should be area 0, area 16, and routing for networks on 72.16. 16.1, that's the interface. That's the tunnel interface. Why do I have no neighbors? Let me go to 6. Alright, there's OSPF right off the bat. Router ID, it's the loopback. Autonomous system boundary router. Redistributing external routes from connected. Why? You are not permitted to change the OSPF network type on any interface. Do not create any distribute lists, filter lists, route maps, or access lists on R6. Loopback network must be advertised with their original masks. Again, remember when I mentioned that early on? Do we have a layer 3 connectivity? Between what binary? You tell me the devices and I'll run the ping. Okay, so this is I'm on router 6. Router 6 should have this interface and this interface, but why are we redistributing external routes from connected? And we're already participating. Show run partition router OSPF1. Okay, so virtual link through area 16. Okay, that makes sense. Go to the router ID. Area 36 is a stub. Redistribute connected networks, connected subnets. I don't know why we have that. We already have this here. But why don't I have neighbors across that sucker? I have no neighbors. Show IP, OSPF, interface brief. What are we going to do about that? still don't understand why I'm doing the redistribute connected, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to remove that command. But I mean, they should have reachability. What's ping 172? 36. 6. So I have, you know, layer 3 across there. I'm wondering if this is a bug with the lab where I've ran into this before, and we've talked about this in the LAN Tamer Discord server. If anyone wants to join the LAN Tamer Discord server, there's a link in the description below. That's where myself and the LAN Tamer and many other network engineers hang out. Do you think the use of virtual links is an excuse for poor design? No, it's not. Sometimes virtual links are absolutely necessary to overcome the hub and spoke nature of Area 0. So sometimes you have to use them. And it's stated in many Cisco documentation that virtual links should be a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. So we've talked about something that we've seen in the IOL images, which is if IGMP snooping is turned on, and it is by default on the IOL switches, that affects anything using the all hosts multicast address, and I think the all routers multicast address, which is 224.0.0.1 and 224.0.0.2. OSPF is using 224.0.0.5 and 6. 5 for all OSPF speakers, 6 for the DRVDRs. Okay, I'll tell you what, 6 and 7 are going through switches 3 and 1. Okay, let's do show logging. I don't see OSPF even trying. Okay, so switch 3 and 1. Let me do. I might be breaking some rules here. No IGMP. What is it? No. Oh, okay. No IP IGMP snooping. I just want to see if this works. No IP IGMP snooping VLAN 36. I just want to see if this works and if this sort of proves whether or not we have a bug. IP OSPF neighbor. I appreciate you stopping in, Binary. Definitely do. I don't want to keep you up. I don't know what part of the world you're in, but I don't have OSPF neighbors with any 2 routers in this diagram right now, and that's why I'm leaning towards maybe this is a switch problem, because most of the routers interconnect through the switching. Oh, which means, hang on, IGMP, there's no connectivity direct between 3 and 1, we gotta go to 4. Switch 4, CompT, no IP IGMP, snooping VLAN 36. So I just kind of want to see if I can get an adjacency up between 7 and 6 by turning that off, and then I'll know whether the problem is in the switching or is in the routers. Because if I'm looking at the topology and I look at routers 6 and 7 and they're practically directly connected to each other, they do go through 3 switches, but show run section OSPF. But they should have an adjacency at this point. Show IP OSPF neighbors. Like, what am I missing here? Checking for ACLs now, in case there's an ACL. It's preventing show run. No. How does the topology look like? This is a Cisco 360 lab from the Cisco expert level training, and I don't expose the topology or all of the written requirements because it's copywritten information. Sorry, I don't share it. But anyone can acquire this from Cisco expert level training. You do have to purchase it. It is for purchase, and it's part of their training suite. So unfortunately, I don't show the topology on stream, and I definitely don't share it either. Just not trying to get bitten by the copyright monster. You know what I'm saying? I am struggling for this one. So I think a smart thing to do for the troubleshooting, and guys, I started this at 8:30. I think I remember I wrote it down 8:30. It's 9:30 now. I've been at it 1 hour. I've solved 2 tickets. I'm on the 3rd ticket right now. I think the smart thing to do, and others who have probably taken this I've definitely read in blog reviews, read through the troubleshooting tickets and solve the ones you know how to solve immediately. And instead, I'm taking the 1 through 10 approach, the ordered approach, and I don't know if that's necessarily the more correct way to do it. And what else can I do? Feeling stuck. I have IP reachability, but I don't have OSPF adjacency, where I definitely should, which is should be OSPF interface brief, no neighbors, it's on the correct interface. Thank you, Bubba. Thank you. Show IP OSPF interface brief. Cost is 10. Wait a second. The cost is 10. Do the ones you can easily do correctly. Yeah. I know that is the preferred strategy. Or at least I've heard from many folks who have worked the CCIE lab before, definitely. But I don't want to just cherry pick easy ones while I'm practicing. You know what I mean? I want to make sure I expose myself to the hard ones, so when I actually sit for the CCIE lab, they won't seem so difficult. But if in my practice I only ever do the easy tasks, then when I actually sit for the CCIE lab and there's a hard task, I think it's gonna be sort of shocking, and I don't want that to happen. So that's why I take the ordered approach. I know it's not the right approach for the CCIE lab exam, but it's what I want to do to study. But this is a 3-pointer, and I cannot figure out why I don't have an adjacency between any 2 routers. Why would that be? Let me just do a quick show run on the 3 switches. I know that my configs pass through. Okay, that's between the 2 routers, router 6 and router 7. I just put that config in there. That native VLAN was a good trick earlier. Show run. I see a channel group here. Oh, channel group. Sorry. I was thinking access group. Okay, channel group 1. Hold on. That's fine. And lastly, switch 4, switch 3, and show run. I might have to skip this one, guys, but I'm worried that by not solving this, it will mean that I can't solve others, so I might have to circle back around. Okay, I didn't see anything of significance. What the heck is going on here? I need to find two routers that are directly connected to each other. I don't have any serial connection. This is all Ethernet, so they're all going through the switches. They're all going through the switches. But like router 1 and router 6 go through switch 2 and switch 1. What the heck? So what if I just do conf t no IP IGMP snooping? It should apply globally, I think. No IP IGMP snooping should be globally. And switch 2, I'm gonna go conf t no IP IGMP snooping. Lastly, again, I don't think this is the issue, but I'm using the IOL images, and I know absolutely 100% correct with that. 10,000% correct. Dude, I've never been 10,000% correct about anything. I hardly get into the 90s with being correct. Let me see. Ping 224005. Okay. So I'll jump back to R7. Ping 224005. Yeah, I mean, I get a reply from router 6. Router 6 is listening. See? Listening on that sucker right there. On this side, ping 224005. The all OSPF routers multicast address. It's going out both interfaces, so I'm seeing router 1 and router 7, even though it ends in a .3 as the fourth octet, that is router 7. Hey, but binary, that's a neat trick, actually. I think I knew that I could do that, but I definitely didn't pull that out. So thank you for the good tip. That's definitely something I'll put in my toolbox, my troubleshooting toolbox, definitely. You know, and that's something the Land Tamer has always said about doing streams and doing labs, is that the feedback and the help you get from chat is you can learn a lot, you know, from the global exposure out there. So thank you. So I can ping across there, which means I have IP connectivity, and that they're listening for that address, and they're sending me ICMP echo replies. What the hell, man? Let me go to router 6. Show run. There must be something here. Now I'm just looking over the configs, combing them over. Let's try IP routing. Which should be on by default. This is broken. I tell you what I'm gonna do, guys. just so I don't sit here and get burned out for the next hour, because at this point I'm grasping at straws. I'm going to give myself a fail for this one. That's 3 points. Give myself a 0. And I'll check the answer key tonight when I do the grading and find out what the problem is here. Again, I don't know if it's a problem with the lab or if it is if I'm just way off base, if there's something I'm not seeing. So I'm going to go ahead and skip this one and give myself a 0 for the sake of time, and try to move on to the next one. I don't know if that means it will break my reachability. I mean, I'm sure it will break reachability, but I'm not sure if it will necessarily mean I won't be able to solve the rest of the tickets. Because if I remember correctly, in the troubleshooting section of the CCIE lab, the tickets each tackle a different area of the topology. And, excuse me, and they don't necessarily, if whatever you do over here, whatever you fix over here doesn't affect something in another region. So let's hope that's true for this little practice lab I'm doing. The next one is EIGRP troubleshooting. And if I look at the topology, EIGRP is only between two routers, router 1 and router 2. So let's see if I can get EIGRP adjacency up. Hello intervals don't match. That could be true. Yeah. Oh my gosh. When did I check that? We need MTU, we need hello intervals, we need dead intervals, we need area, and we need authentication to match. Why didn't I check that? Okay. With that tip, let me check these two routers and see if that's the case. So, show IP OSPF interface. Wait, what interface was that? Let me check the hellos on that. Let me take that tip before I move on completely. Show IP OSPF interface. Router 7. Ah, crap. Hang on, let me do tools, view, attach. Sometimes my tabs get screwed up. Ethernet 00. Show IP OSPF interface. Alright, network type broadcast. Network type broadcast. Hello 1040. Hello and dead 1040. I mean, it's there, you know. Shutdown no, disable no, cost 10. As I flip back and forth between router 6 and router 7, the hello and dead timers are good. I didn't see any MTU configured on the interfaces, so I don't think we have an MTU mismatch. If we had an MTU mismatch, I think we would see the neighbors, but they would be stuck in exchange start. So, again, I think I'm gonna take that and move on. EIGRP. Let's see if we can solve the EIGRP section. And if we can get EIGRP up between the two routers, you know, then we know the routing protocol, you know, that I can get a routing protocol up. All right, so let's see. EIGRP Autonomous System 12 should operate on VLAN 12 between router 1 and 2, as shown in the IPv4 IGP diagram. The subnet 102 is included in EIGRP as 12. No other networks are internal. Okay. EIGRP must provide reachability between R2 and the rest of the network. No default routes may be advertised or used by EIGRP. EIGRP must originate and accept only unicast protocol traffic. Okay. So that's going to be a neighbor statement. But if it's using a neighbor statement, then it's not using multicast, then it's not proving my theory right about the switch screwing up my multicast traffic. But, okay. We'll do it. Alright, where the hell am I? Switch 1 and switch, router 1, router 2. Router 1. Okay. Excuse me, show IP interface brief. That's this guy here. I can check these interfaces. Show run interface. Paste, go. Router 2. Show run interface. Paste that sucker in. Alright, simple IP address on router 2. No bones about it. Simple interface, just make sure we have reachability. Okay, show run section EIGRP. Okay, we turned it on to that interface. Redistribute connected, route map connected, redistribute OSPF because that is the ASBR. Auto summary, neighbor, is it going out the right interface? It is the address right? It is. Redistribute EIGRP 12 subnets. Well, why is it doing all this? Redistribute connected, redistribute like oh, because it's bringing in the loopback interface. Oh, no. Because we have to for full reachability. Okay, I see. Because the loopback interface is not in EIGRP on router 1. But it should be on router 2. Show run section EIGRP. Alright, and that does not have a network statement. Let's grab this. Let's see if we can get it an adjacency up. Conf-T, Conf-T, router EIGRP, which is 12. Neighbor. The network statement is wrong here. So if I look at my interfaces, I have 172.16.12 and 102, and here it says 2 and 102. So it's like we need to correct that. Let's also give ourselves 172.16.12.1 and do interface. Show run section EIGRP. Alright, there's our new network statement. There's our loopback. Here's our neighbor. Show IP EIGRP neighbors. Show IP EIGRP topology has only our 2 connected networks. Did I bounce the interface for the OSPF issue? I did not. Happy to, if I can. Give it a shut. And also a no shut. On router 6 is going to be a sub interface. Bounce that. Give it a shut. No shut. I don't see anything happening between those OSPF routers. Sadly, I also don't see anything happening between the router 1 and router 2. Maybe router 1 has the incorrect neighbor statement. Neighbor 12 too. What's going on? Yeah. Unbelievable. What is up with that? All right. Show IP interface. What is that guy? Show IP protocols. EI GRP. Checking. Looks good. Redistributing connected no SPF. My router ID. Look, it says routing information sources. So do I have an adjacency? I guess I must. Show IP proto. But I don't have any neighbor adjacency here. What's up with that? Wait, 1021, 1011. K values are good. Show IP GRP neighbors. I do. I'm not receiving anything, I don't think. Show IP EIGRP neighbors. I've been sitting here troubleshooting this for no reason. Okay. Show route map. Connected deny. Interface loopback 101. EIGRP Autonomous System 12 should operate on VLAN 12 between 1 and 2 as shown. Subnet 102 is included in EIGRP AS12. No other networks are internal to EIGRP. Okay. EIGRP must provide reachability between R2 and the rest of the network. That would happen if I had OSPF working and redistributing into EIGRP, but I don't. No default routes may be advertised, and EIGRP must originate and accept only unicast protocol. Okay, so I did that by the unicast neighbors. And I think this one I want to change to, so show run partition partition route map. Let's do a copy and paste, that would be the better way. Oh, okay. So let's do conf t. We're gonna do permit 5 match interface loopback 101. And the reason I did that instead of overwriting the 10 was because I always remember that they always say, like, in the troubleshooting section, don't remove a configuration, but instead modify it to meet your needs. And so if I do show route map now, it should permit 101, which means I should see it on router 2 as external. Show IP route, EIGRP, and I see the external route now. Happened just 34 seconds ago. So I guess as soon as I get OSPF working, we'll be good to go. Yeah, binary, I did check the subnet a number of times. Absolutely did. Which is here, show interface 24 and show interface 800 24. And they do have IP reachability. So, you know, it's crazy. Crazy, I know. Okay, so I can't give myself full credit for this, so I'm gonna just write a half symbol, a 1/2. This will show half because I feel like I did achieve the goals of the EIGRP configuration. However, because I didn't solve the OSPF, I don't have full reachability in the EIGRP domain. So I'm gonna bounce down to, and I feel like not solving OSPF is really actually hurting me in this lab because the next section is RIP. And here we go. But I feel like let me put some check marks across what I did complete, which was no default routes in EIGRP, unicast traffic only, reachability between R2 and the rest of the network, no. Subnet 102 needs to be only internal, should operate as shown, yes, yes, yes. So I don't have reachability to the rest of the network, so give myself 0 for that sub bullet point. But what that means in the real lab, we get no credit. All right, I got about just over 30 more minutes, and I'm starting ticket number 5. If anyone's trying to keep pace, and I'm trying to eat breakfast, trying to drink coffee, trying to stream. Troubleshooting ticket. RIP version 2 operates on routers 3, 4, and 5. Looking at the topology. Okay, I see it. They're connected to a multi-access segment. Given the classical nature of RIP network statement, all the interfaces on these 3 routers will be included in the RIP process. That's important. The expected behavior and network policies. RIP must provide stable reachability between R5 and the rest of the network. RIP may send only unicast updates. That's a big one right there. R3 and 4 may not learn RIP routes directly from each other. 3 and 4 may not learn RIP routes directly from each other. All RIP protocol traffic on the subnet must transit R5. That's interesting. I think I can do it. Okay. Looking at the topology, I'm trying to scope out my plan of attack. Plan of attack here. Let's do compute do show run section router RIP. Okay. It has neighbors predefined. Let's go to 3 and 4. Show run section router RIP. Network. Neighbor. Do show IP RIP database. Alright, directly connected. 103 is router 3's. .104 is router 4. 105 is myself. 134 is the DMVPN network. Okay, okay. Show IP route RIP. Okay, that's what I see here. RIP may only send unicast updates. R3 and 4 may not learn RIP routes directly from each other. Show IP RIP. .34 directly connected. Loopback 103. 105 is coming from router 5, and tunnel. Am I missing something here? RIP database. I'm Sleeping Man. Good luck. Good night, binary. See you, man. Thank you for tuning in before your or after your shift, rather. 103. I wonder if I can see. I don't see any neighbors when I do this. Show IP. RIP database. Okay, 134 is the DMVPN. 105 is coming from router 5. 104 is directly connected. 103 is coming from router 3. I don't know how that is. Or at least, that's the next hop. IP protocols. Wild mask. I love that statement. Distance default is 120. It looks like we're getting a new distance here from all neighbors. 109 matching the list 10. Neighbors. I feel like this is already working, so I don't know what I'm missing here. God dang. This is working, right? It's already working. Show IP proto. Yeah, I mean, this is what I would expect to see. Let me read these requirements again. Am I missing something? RIP version 2 operates on routers 3, 4, and 5. I guess we didn't verify that. But we should be able to hit it here. Right. Show run section RIP. Run section RIP version 2. Okay, passive interface default, no passive on Ethernet 3. I said Ethernet 3, I mean Ethernet 00. Actually, I think that needs to be passive as well, right? Because we're sending unicast updates. So I'm just wondering what happens if I make this passive. How does that change what we have? Router 3 and router 4 may not learn RIP routes directly from each other. Okay, so 3 and 4 should not be seeing loopback 103 and loopback 104. I don't think. Show IP route RIP. So it doesn't see. Oh wait, it does see 103. But is that? Where's that coming from? Show IP route RIP. Yeah, I think that needs a timeout actually. So let's do, can we do this? Clear IP route. Mask. All right, I cleared out 103. RIP takes a while for it to converge. Kind of a slow routing protocol. And if anyone, you know, ever questions why, they say, you know, why do we still teach RIP? Why do I have to learn RIP? No one uses RIP. RIP is used. It is used. I made a post the other week where I was doing a packet capture on the outside interface of my WAN link over in a lab, not a lab here, in a real physical lab that has a real ISP, and I started capturing RIP updates, and I'm like, why do I have RIP updates? I'm not running RIP. And what I found was the customer edge, the CPE, is doing RIP updates for our subnet and probably sending it towards its upstream provider, and it's also sending it out its downstream interface, and that's why I was able to see it. And that's because we have a block of public IPs, and I guess that's how they the customer edge provided, what is it? Customer provider edge. Their device, which is on our customer site, is their edge device. We have a block of IPs, so I guess that's just configured that whatever the block of IPs is, advertise those upstream, and that's how they do it. So RIP is a protocol that is used still. All right, so I think the goal of this one was to turn off the no passive, which means show IP route RIP, which means we don't see the loopback 103 anymore. But I think if we come over to R5 and we do what's our interface? No IP split horizon. So now I see the 103, and if I come over to 103, I see the 104. Okay. So I think, aside from the not being able to redistribute OSPF, right? Because I didn't solve that problem yet, I think I have this one solved. Yeah, so when I do like show IP protocols, I should see, for RIP, I should see only one neighbor. If I do show IP RIP neighbors, I guess I don't have any discovered neighbors. They're all static. I don't think I have any output there. So this one, I'm giving myself credit. I'm giving myself half credit overall, and I'm giving myself half credit over. And I know you can't be awarded half credit in the real lab. I'm giving myself half credit overall because I think I solved all of the RIP challenges that they wanted, except for the reachability between R5 and the rest of the network, which would be OSPF redistribution. And I have not, I don't have redistribution because I don't have any OSPF learned networks because I didn't solve the OSPF, the OSPF challenge. So, I'm going to move on to the next one. I got about 15 minutes left before I call it quits on the troubleshooting section. And I'm going to probably take a refill of coffee then and stand up and walk around for a minute. Then I'll hop right back into the lab and start configuration lab. The next one is IPv4 redistribution. This is 3 points. Redistribution normally confuses me. Okay. OSPF and RIP are mutually redistributed on 3 and 4. EIGRP and OSPF are mutually redistributed on 1. That's right. Connected networks are redistributed as necessary to provide reachability. R1 should have 2 next hops for the network. Which one is R1? For the networks of 34 and 105. Because it's coming from, but I don't have OSPF up because it's coming over the tunnel interface. I don't have OSPF up. This is not good. I'm reading ahead. I'm reading to myself in my head. The next section. I don't know how I'm going to solve this redistribution one without getting OSPF working. Special goals and restrictions. Addresses in the lab must be reachable by all routers. All routers must be preferred by their native route sources. Generally, routers should prefer internal route sources to external route sources. If Ethernet 2 on the interface link goes down, the remaining link should provide reachability between interfaces in OSPF and RIP domains. That's I think on router 1. Okay, router 1, what you got? What's this all about? I have EIGRP, okay. I have BGP, okay. Which is the next section. Alright, so I should have 2 next hops for the 34 network, but I don't have any because I don't have OSPF up over the tunnel. Show IP OSPF interface brief. Tunnel is area 0, process ID 1, cost 1000, DR no neighbors. Which means it's at probably a broadcast. Show IP OSPF interface tunnel 134. Hello 30 and dead. Non-broadcast. I remember it said I cannot change any network type. So let's see what's 3 and 4. Show IP OSPF interface brief. It's a state druther, no neighbors. Show IP OSPF interface is non-broadcast. last one, show IP OSPF interface brief. Show IP OSPF interface. Non-broadcast. Okay, so show run section router OSPF. I don't see the neighbor statements in there. Okay, so I'll put the network statements in for the OSPF routers for the DMVPN. I think I'll probably get a neighbor adjacency for the unicast neighbors, but I still don't have a neighbor adjacency for the multicast neighbors, and so I'm a little worried about. All right, let's check. Config router OSPF1. Neighbor is going to be 3. And it was non-broadcast. Let's put that on. Let's go up and put that on. And then I also want to say that my priority is 100 because I'm the hub. Router OSPF1. Neighbor router OSPF1 neighbor Okay, so I have 2 freaking neighbors. They're priority 0s? I don't see the priority value set here. How did they get set to priority 0? That should be priority 1 by default. Neighbors. Okay, show IP route OSPF. Good, I have 2 next hops for that network. (103, 104). What is this 104.1? This is external. This is inter-area. Okay. Okay, so the OSPF masks. Because it is learning it via 2 sources. And they're 2 different ones. So this is inter-area, so let's go to router 4. Show IP interface brief. Let's do loopback 104. Conf-T interface 104. IP OSPF network type. Alright, that should update that. Router 3 in show IP interface brief. Conf-T interface paste. IP OSPF network type. Point to point. Okay, and there's no multicast map. Hey Tom, good morning, man. Good day across the pond. Always good to catch your live stream now and again. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule of doing 100 days of labbing yourself to join me here on day 59. 59 going strong. I got about 5 or 10 more minutes before I finish up this troubleshooting lab, which I am nowhere near being done. But I wanted to give myself a real hard stop time to expose myself to exactly how much can I get done. So about 5 or 10 minutes, then I'll take my break and get some fresh coffee and have some breakfast, and then I'll start the configuration section, which will go for 6 hours. I'm going to do a 6-hour configuration lab, so I should wrap up at about 3 p.m. Eastern time here on the east coast of the U.S. Okay. Router 3, let's pop over to router 1, check our OSPF route, show IP, route OSPF. Here we are. /24s for those loopbacks, excellent. External for that route. Alright, let me check between 1 and 6 again. Show IP, OSPF interface brief. Between 1 and 6. Show IP, OSPF interface paste. Point to multi-point. And then 6. Show IP, OSPF interface brief, which is this interface. Show IP, OSPF interface. And this one is point to point. So, you know what? I think binary number went to bed early. I say sorry, not early on his side, on his place in the world. I'm not sure where he is, but it's probably nighttime. It might not be. I don't know. Could work the night shift. But looks like those hello and dead timers is what's screwing me up here. So let's do on router 1. And he pointed this out earlier, but it was for different interfaces. Conf-T interface paste IP OSPF hello interval 10 IP OSPF dead interval 40. Show IP OSPF interface. Point to multi-point 10 and 40. And over on router 6, point to point 10 and 40. That's fine. That'll work. I should get enough adjacency now. Show IP OSPF neighbor. I got the virtual link. State to full. Yep. No BDR/DR election on those links, and Ethernet is up just a few seconds ago. Show IP OSPF neighbors. Okay. Now we're working it. That's a DMVPN spoke, directly connected neighbor, virtual link, and directly connected neighbor. Okie dokie. Wow. Oh. Okay, so we're nowhere near completing this redistribution task, but we are sort of going back and through solving this task, forcing ourselves to solve the OSPF task. So I might have to page back a little bit, which is what I'm going to do. EIGRP, OSPF, Router 1, show IP, OSPF database, go. Let me see, show IP, OSPF. All right, 34. All right, I see one. Oh, because 134 is connected. Area 0. Area 16. It's connected also. Area 36. Let's see, area 36 comes from 1616. Okay, that's that side. Six, 103, 104, and then the rest should be connected. OSPF must provide stability between all internal subnets. R6 is permitted to advertise only one subnet to R7, which I don't have an OSPF adjacency. Show IP. OSPF neighbors. Show. Kind of going backwards and trying to solve some reachability OSPF adjacency issues now. Show IP OSPF interface. Hello and Dead 1040. I thought we checked this already, as well as the network type broadcast. Again, I'm just doing sort of a little stare and compare and not seeing much of anything. I don't know about that one. And so that's sort of breaking my whole reachability. But let's hop over to router 2 and see if router 2 is receiving a bunch of external routes now. Yeah, it is being redistributed from router 1 into router 2. So let's see, 102. Let's go over to like router 3. Show IP route, OSPF, and see if it sees 102. It does as an external route. So which means from router 2, which is kind of like a stub router, it's at the very end of a long chain. It should have some reachability throughout. So we can do like ping 172. 16101.1. .1 103.1. Nope, that's no good. That's a shame. It sees it in the table. Which means I bet 104.1 is a dud as well. And why is that? Do we not have a return path? OSPF external is going to the hub, back to the hub. Okay. Router 4, show IP route. 102. Back to our hub router. What's going on here? Not ping anything. Ping not router 1, router 2. Ping 104 source. 172.16.102.1. There. If you don't specify a source, it is going to use the IP address of the egress interface. Put that on a note card and study it. So do I have reachability to 105? Wow, I do. Okay, I can get all the way across the network. Let's see, router 6. I do, and router 7 doesn't have a loopback. So I can reach all the loopbacks from router 2. That's not bad. Okay. OSPF must provide stable reachability between all internal subnets. I bet that means there's a something that's probably flapping somewhere. You're not permitted to change the OSPF network type when on the interface. Do not create any distribute, filter, route maps, or access lists on router 6. Loopback networks must be advertised with their original masks. Let's go to router 6 and be sure. Show IP OSPF interface brief. Which means the loopback is being redistributed in, I hope. It's being redistributed in with its real mask. Okay, so it looks like I still can't figure out between router 6 and router 7. What the hell is router 7's? Wait, router 7's router ID. Show IP, OSPF. Oh, the stub flag. The stub flag, you motherfucker. Oh my god. The stub flag must match. Oh my god. This kills me. How did I screw this up? I needed that command about an hour ago. All right, guys, and you know what? I think I'm past my 2-hour mark. I know I've been online now for 2.5 hours. I think I spent the first 30 minutes just kind of sharing my plan and my outline. OSPF, show IP. Show IP. Oh, yeah, we have a neighbor. We have a neighbor. Show IP, OSPF neighbor. Oh, it's freaking magical. It is awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to work another ticket. I'm going to stop right here for this one. I'm going to take away the 0 that I gave myself earlier. I'm going to award half credit, but I'm out of time. But what I want to do is I want to try and get the last bullet point on this task, which is delivering a default route to router 7 and no other prefixes from router 6. And then, wow, I can't believe I got burned by that. That is a good one. And in fact, when I was recalling what elements need to be configured the same on both ends of an OSPF link, I did not include the stub flag in my mental list. So that threw me for a loop. And you know what? We would have caught it earlier had I done a different verification. And I didn't. If I would have run, let's see if I can do it. Show IP OSPF. Right here for this area 36. This is how I found out, because when I did this on router 6, it said it is a stub area. And when I went on router 7, I did not see that it wasn't there. But also you need to have the authentication. MTU needs to be set, hello and dead timers, and unique router IDs. Okay, so let's see if on router 6 I can do this very last one. R6 is permitted to advertise only one subnet to router 7. So I think for that, we're going to do the router OSPF1. Let's see, can we do area? Area at 36 range. Summary only. I want to do summary only. Default. Only wanted to go out to one neighbor. Do not create any distribute lists, filter lists, route maps, or access lists on router 6. See, no, because it's also including the inter-area routes. So we want to suppress all of those. So let me see if that... "4 minutes ago? I don't think that's right at all. Where the hell is it getting this default from?" Show, show run section OSPF. Virtual link, stub. Oh, default information originate. Oh, it's, oh. Was it there the whole time? Wait a second. I'm gonna need to scroll back on this. The stub flag, I can't believe it. I'm just scrolling back now, trying to, oh yeah, let me look at the router stanza. OSPF, okay, it does not have the default information. Okay, so now I want to get into router OSPF and do make sure it's pulled out here. Show IP route. I'm just up arrowing, waiting for that route to clear out. How is that route 6 minutes old? Still there. How is via router 6? Do show run. Do show IP protocols. Where the hell is it coming from? Do show IP OSPF database self-originate. For area 36, how am I originating that sucker? I have no idea. I think I'm gonna have to bounce that interface, I think. I have no idea. Do show IP interface brief. That's a shame. I can't figure that out. Where is it coming from? I'm gonna shut that interface. I'm gonna, all right, let's go to router 7. Show IP route, that son of a gun is still there. All right, OSPF routes are gone. Okay, let's see. No shut. All right, let's check the routing table again. There's the dam. It's got a metric of 11. Where am I getting that from? I don't have it here. Because of the stub flag? Ay, caramba. I thought the stub flag. Wait, we can set it here. What am I doing? I just need to take a break, that's all. Show run section, router OSPF. Alright, I think I can just grab that, paste, and do no summary. Okay. Why the hell that took me so long? Show IP route. There. Okay. Guys, that's exactly where I wanted to get to. I just wanted to solve that last bullet point there. And that was the area stub. No summary. We had a mix of here. Just kind of reviewing this one now. We had a mix of timer mismatch, stub flag mismatch, whole bunch of stuff in this one. This is actually me going back to the OSPF one where I think I finally discovered what the issue was. And I'm glad I did, because you know, it's kind of like when you put your hand on the stove and you get burned. You only need to get burned once to know that that thing is hot. And so the same can be true, although less dramatic when studying for CCIE, is you need to get burned by some of these easy things so it burns in your brain, so you know that you do not want to be caught by that again. And I do not want to be caught by not checking timers and not checking stub flags. Oh my God, what a waste of time that was. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap up the troubleshooting lab now. I'm going to take a little break, go get some coffee. And I did not finish. I still have 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So 5. So I have 5 more tasks. And so I think what I'll do is actually just remember this one, and I think maybe throughout the week, next week, I'll go back and work these 5 other tickets on an individual night basis. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoy the troubleshooting labs. I think they're a ton of fun. They really expose you to a lot of technologies in a compressed environment. They try to expose your inefficiencies of critical thinking as it applies to networking. And they're just a lot of fun. So this was a really fun lab. I did not get done in the 2 hours I allotted myself. I'm going to take a short break, and damn, it's almost 11, and then start a 6-hour lab. If it's 11 a.m., I start a 6-hour lab. It won't be done until 5 p.m. Oh my God. But we got to try. All right, guys. So I'm going to go get some coffee, and I'll be back shortly. Thank you all for spending the morning with me. I'm going to leave the stream up here as I step away. And all right. Stepping away. See you guys in a little bit. Hey guys, I'm just getting my second lab ready. This takes a few moments. I think I'm up and running now, but I'm gonna take a moment to eat. I get a little delicious half of a, what is it? A raspberry Danish thing. And nice refill of coffee. So you gotta get some food in your belly. I've definitely learned the hard way, which is I've skipped lunch and skipped breakfast many times when doing these long labs, and what ultimately ends up happening is, without realizing it, I'm getting very hangry, and I start making rash decisions and getting sort of emotional about the lab. And what I mean is I start getting angry and I start like placing blame, and and really all I just need to do is eat. You know, it's like that Snickers commercial. So it's important to make sure you satisfy your body throughout the labs, because it is a long lab day, and you got to take good care of yourself. Who do we have out there on YouTube today? I see a couple of folks tuned in. I don't know who's out there. I know Binary went to sleep. I don't know if Mentors is on yet. We had Dewan on this morning, Antonio on this morning. Tom tuned in a little while ago. Dude, good to see you. Glad you're still here, man. I don't know if Tom's still out there, but I've had a message, a direct message sitting in draft that I was meant to send to you on Twitter like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I haven't hit send yet. It was right when you announced you're partnering with David Bumble on your 100 Days of Labbing CCNA Security, which is a really awesome stream, by the way. You're doing a great job, and you're delivering some great material to people. I definitely stress everyone goes and subscribes to Tom's channel and gets part of his GNS3 class, now part of GNS3. Really good material. I scheduled the route and switch written December 28th due for him. Congratulations, man. That is that's one of the most important parts, is sort of drawing a line in the sand, is putting that marker on the calendar and saying, like, you know, here is a target. It's very important. I took the CCIE written 3 times because I personally don't do very well with sort of reading comprehension. And so, obviously, studying for the written is a lot of reading comprehension, and it's just, you know, one of my human deficiencies. Some people can read a story or a book and read novels and can just blaze right through text and consume it, and I cannot. I knew that the written was going to be very difficult for me to pass, but it's not difficult for everybody. If you're one of the people out there in the world who enjoys reading and can consume and comprehend text and memorization very well, then you're going to do fine. That's not what the whole test is about, though. It's not about just memorization. It's a lot of practical, too. You know, they'll give you a topology with a couple of routers on it and some snippets of config and say, like, what path will a packet go when it needs to go from router A to router F? And you got all these different, you know, paths you could choose. And you need to be able to know the right one. So there's a good amount of practical knowledge that you have to learn as well. I think it's a good exam. I mean, I definitely don't think it's out to trick anybody. It's not out to, you know, make anyone look like a fool. It's a good exam. It took me 3 times to pass it because I'm not very good at those sort of things. I actually think I perform better hands-on, and I actually think I'm going to perform better on the lab than the written itself. Does that mean I'll fall into the small percentage of people who pass it the first time? No, I don't think so. Or I wouldn't have not completed my troubleshooting lab, which I just did this morning. But do I think I might be able to do it in 2 attempts? Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I'm just finishing my breakfast now. I know it looks like a boring time watching me chew, but I'm just taking a moment to eat my breakfast, drink my coffee before I dive right into the configuration lab. Configuration lab is going to last 6 hours. It's going to be tough, and I just don't want any. I don't want my belly to provide me with a distraction by always saying, "Feed me, feed me." If anyone hasn't already, I'm on the Land Tamers Discord server. There's a link below in the description if you want to join the Land Tamers Discord server. We get some good chat with a lot of great network and security engineers. And that's where I live all day and night. I'm over there in the Discord server. We occasionally do some sort of virtual meetups. We do some voice chat, video chat, just to check in and get some FaceTime with people. It's a good group. It's a good group. And I've enjoyed it now for I think nearly a year. Just clicking through some of the missed messages. How we doing? Where did you get your lab? I have INE, but not ready for lab yet. Too much studying to do. The lab you're doing now, I mean. This lab is from the Cisco Expert Level Training, which I've already closed my browser window for. The Cisco Expert Level Training, the Cisco 360 material. This is the Troubleshooting Lab number 2 and the Configuration Lab number 2. It's 2 separate ones that I'm cramming in both today. So that is that material is for purchase. You have to go get it at Cisco Expert Level Training, expertleveltraining.cisco.com. I think if you just search Expert Level Training Cisco, you'll find it in Google or DuckDuckGo search results. And that's what I'm using today, and for the next many weeks, I'll be working through these labs as I do some individual study as well. I've completed most of the INE labs. They're a little different style, and I just needed some new material, so I went with this because I had it already. All right. Couple more bites to finish this lovely Danish I have. Well, that does it for lunch. Oh. Oh. You guys will often see me try to throw my arms up in the air and stretch a little bit. It is a pain sitting here for 8 hours, hunched over this little computer with this microphone in my way. Trying to get my back straight. Okay. All right, I'm ready. So, I'm try to close some stuff off my screen. Okay, I got the tabs up. Good here. Ugh. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna get ready and get started. I got the lab started here. I got the printed materials for the tasks and topology and guidelines. So the first page is introduction, copyright information, table of contents is page 3, objectives and lab instructions. Difficulty levels, this kind of introduces the concept of basic, intermediate, and advanced. This lab is configuration lab number 2, is difficulty level intermediate to advanced. It is 6 hours and maximum score is 76 points. Doesn't say what the passing score would be, but maximum score is 76 points. So I guess you can sort of draw your own conclusions. Again, like I introduced in the opening of my troubleshooting lab, here are the restrictions and goals. I really like to read them. In fact, what I'm going to do is take Antonio Carver's idea and read them backwards. Do not modify the initial interface or IP address numbering. Do not modify the hostname console VTY configuration unless specifically asked to do so. Use conventional routing algorithms only. Do not introduce any new IPv4 addresses. Do not create new interfaces to fulfill IGP requirements. Do not summarize unless you're explicitly asked to do so. Unless explicitly specified otherwise, addresses and networks that are advertised in the BGP section must be reachable by all BGP routers. Do not have to be reachable by routers that only use iBGP. In this exercise, router 8 is used as a backbone router simulation. IP packets from router 8 do not need to be delivered to the destinations beyond 172.16.1.0. However, unless explicitly specified otherwise, the routes advertised by router 8 need to be present in the routing tables of other routers, and traffic from other routers needs to be able to reach router 8. That is a very interesting one. Let's try to circle that. The next one is OSPF process ID 1111 network is initialized for DMVPN configuration. Subnets that are routing via OSPF process ID 1111 on routers 1, 2, and 4 are excluded from the universally reachable requirement. What the heck does that mean? The OSPF process ID 1111 network is initialized for DMVPN configuration. Subnets that are routing. Okay, so if there are subnets that are routing part of OSPF process ID 1111, do not need to be universally reachable. Okay. All IP addresses from the 172.16/16 range that are involved in this scenario must be reachable unless explicitly specified otherwise. That's that. No static routes. No. Do not use the default network command, but it does not say do not use the IP default gateway, and so because it doesn't specify that, I'm wondering if that is probably one of the solutions. Advertise loopbacks with their original masks. Do not use static routes. Okay. So I'm going to leave those restrictions and goals on top over to the side. I'll probably not look at them again, but I probably should. And in this topology, I have a giant IPv4 IGP diagram and an Ethernet switched cabling. So this is my sort of layer 3 and layer 2. Just going through the papers for any other topologies I might be able to pull out and stack up. No. Okay. The topologies over here. Okay, who's ready? Configure MGRE tunnel interfaces. Connectivity between the loopback interfaces of router 1, 2, and 4 is provided via OSPF routing during the lab initialization. The OSPF process ID is 1111. Configure the MGRE tunnel 1, 2, 4 on routers 1, 2, and 4. Use loopback 1 interfaces on 1, 2, and 4 for the tunnel source. Supply IPv4 addresses on all required tunnel interfaces according to the IPv4 IGP diagram. Okay. Configure the DMDPN and verify layer 3 connectivity. Configure R1 as the next hop server for NHRP. Supply NHRP next hop server mapping on. Do not configure any mapping on R1. Make sure that router 2, 4, 1, 2, and 4 can ping all attached same subnet tunnel 124 IPv4 interfaces. Okay. So let's focus exactly on that. Show IP OSPF interface brief. Okay, it looks like it's the serial interfaces and the loopback. Also, I have no neighbors. Show IP OSPF interface brief. Show IP protocols. Show IP OSPF. I'm just checking router 3. And then let me see what's going on with router 4. Show IP OSPF interface brief. Nothing. Show IP protocols. Okay. So let me get on router 2. Conf-T interface serial. Excuse me, put myself up there. Serial music on. Interface serial 10. IP OSPF 1111. Area 0. Alright, got one out of one neighbor. Let's try this. Show IP interface brief. Let's grab our serial interface, this guy right here. Conf-T interface. IP OSPF 1111. Area 0. Alright, no neighbors, still down. Was that the right interface? On router 410. It was 4.4, 24-bit mask. Router 1. show run serial 2 is shut down. Show run interface paste. Show IP OSPF interface. Brief. Neighbors are up. Okay, so now let's do the loop back. And those loop backs are going to be loop back 1.
I am who
Okay.
I say I am.
Conf T interface loop back 1. IP OSPF 1111. Excuse me, OSPF network type. Point to point. IP OSPF 1111. Area 0. Back 1, IP OSPF network. Type point to point. IP OSPF 1111. Area 0. Lastly, router 1. IP OSPF 1111. Area 0. Now, show IP OSPF, excuse me, show IP route OSPF. Alright, learn 2 and 4 because the other ones are connected. Looks good to me. Ping 1111, 2. Excellent, and a 4. Excellent. So now let's configure the DMVPN. We are on router 1. It is supposed to be the hub. Conf T interface tunnel 124. Tunnel 124. IP address 172.16. 124.1. 24-bit mask. IP NHRP network ID 124. Tunnel source loopback 1. Tunnel mode GRE multi. Tunnel key, which is not necessary, but they always make us configure one. All right, that should take care of that for router 1, router 2. Interface tunnel 124. IP address 172.16, 124.2, 24-bit mask. IP NHRP network ID 124. Tunnel source loopback 1. Tunnel mode GRE multi. Tunnel key 124. Okay, now let's do IP NHRP next hop server 172.16, 124.1. Let's do IP NHRP map 172.16, 124.1, which is at 1.1.1.1. Alright, Nexus 4, Conf T interface, tunnel 124, IP address 172.16, 124 dot 124 dot 24-bit mask, IP NHRP network ID 124, tunnel source loopback 1, tunnel mode GRE multi, tunnel key 124, IP NHRP next hop server 172.16, 124.1, IP NHRP map 172.16, 124.1 to 1.1.1.1. Let's come over here, router 1, show DMVPN. Here we go. All right, we got our two DMVPN spokes and our single hub up and ready to go. So let's see, supply the mappings, NHRP, do not configure any NHRP mapping on router 1. Make sure that they can ping all the same subnets. So from router 1, let's do ping 172.16.124.4. And I'll come over to 4, ping 172.16.124.2 and .1. Okay. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and give myself a check mark. Actually, I'm going to kind of like reevaluate the way that I do this. Connectivity between loopback with interfaces provided via OSPF routing. Check mark. Configure MGRE tunnels. Check mark. Use loopback 1 for source interface. Check mark. Supply IPv4 addresses required on the tunnel interfaces. Check mark. Configure router 1 as next hop server. Provide the mappings on 2 and 4. Make sure reachability. Okay. Switch configuration. I think I'm going to start putting my papers over here. Right here, switch 1. Switch 1. On switch 1, 2, 3, and 4, create the VLANs that are listed in the following table. Configure the following switch to router connections. Configure switch port as access whenever possible, otherwise use trunks. For switch to router trunking, use 802.1q. Limit VLANs on the switch to router trunks, what is required in this scenario. Create the necessary switch virtual interfaces, SVIs, the switches, and assign the IP address. Use VLAN trunking protocol mode that does not propagate VLAN information over the trunks. On all switches, use the VTP domain CCIE. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is pull up a notepad here, which is going to be conft VTP mode VTP mode server VTP domain CCIE VTP mode transparent VLAN 10 20 30 40 50 90 99. Alright, let's see if this will take. Yeah, I wanted to see the VLANs in there and also show VTP status. Mode transparent, but the domain is that. Okay. So now we can just paste that sucker around. Saves us a little time, doesn't it? Okay. That was 2 points configuring VLANs. Switch 1, 2, 3, create the VLANs that are listed in the following table. There's no name in this table for the VLANs, so I guess we're not naming them. Configure the following switch to router connections. I did not do that yet. I will. VTP. Use a VLAN trunking protocol mode that does not propagate VLAN information over the trunk interfaces. Got that. On all switches, use VTP domain name CCIE. I got that. So that's a free 2 points. So now I need to go back and do my switch to router connections. Which I'm going to try and keep my papers over here now. It kind of hurts my neck looking one way the whole time, so I'm going to try and balance it out. All right, we got to make sure we have good health for our bodies. Healthy body, healthy mind. Okay, switch 2 to R1. Switch 2 and show CDP neighbors. Let's try it one more time. Show CDP mirror. And we want to go from switch 2 to R1. Let's see, where's R1? Here, this is ETH00. Okay. Okay. Do show run interface. Nothing on there, okay. Switch port, trunk, encapsulation, .1Q, switch port mode trunk, switch port, trunk, allowed, VLANs, 1020, no shut, end. This one's done. Switch 1, show CDP neighbors, and I'm looking for R2. ETH01, conft do show run interface. Okay, interface, switch port, trunk, encapsulation, .1Q, switch port mode. Wait a second. It might not be a trunk, hang on. There's only one VLAN there. Configure the switch port. Configure switch port as access whenever possible. Otherwise, use trunk links. For switch to router connection, for switch to router trunking, use IEEE 802.1Q. Limit VLANs on the switch to what is required in this scenario. Create the necessary SVIs. Okay, so I think this is actually going to be access. Okay. So let's do up. No, and let's do switch port mode access, switch port access VLAN, in this case 40, no shut, end. Show run interface ETH01. Excellent. Switch 1 to 3, show CDP neighbors, router 3 ETH02, conft interface, do show run interface, nothing. Okay, this one is a trunk. Switch port trunk encapsulation .1Q, switch port trunk encapsulation .1Q, switch port mode trunk, switch port trunk allowed VLANs 30 and 50. 30, 50. No shut and show run interface ETH02. Good. Switch 2. Show CDP neighbor. Switch to R3. Switch to R3. conft interface. Paste. Do show run interface. Make sure I'm not overwriting a default config. Okay, and this is going to be interface. No switch port. IP address. Okay. I'm looking at the topology, 172.16. 31.20. No shut, exit. Okay. So that's a layer 3. Switch 2, router 4, show CDP. Neighbors. Router 4. Alright, nothing there. Switch to router 4. Switch port mode access. Switch port access VLAN 40. No shut. Switch 1. Show CDP neighbors. R5. CompT interface ETH0. Do show run interface ETH nothing. Okay, VLAN 50. Switch port mode access. Switch port access VLAN 50. No shut end. Switch port 2. Excuse me, not switch port 2. Switch 2. Show CDP neighbor. R5. Let's see any other R5s here. CompT interface paste. Do show run interface paste. Nothing. VLAN 9999. Switch port mode access. Switch port access VLAN 999. No shut end. Switch 1. R6. CompT interface. Do show run interface. Take a look. VLAN 40. Switch port mode access. Switch port access VLAN 40. No shut. Switch 3. Do show CDP neighbor. Interface ETH. Oh, sorry. Do show run interface. Thank you. Switch port mode access. Switch port access VLAN 10. No shut. Do show CDP neighbor. We're looking at R8. Do show run interface. Okay. 20. Switch port mode access. Switch port access VLAN 20. No shut. Switch 4. Do show CDP. Neighbors R9, this guy. Interface ETH. Do show run interface. Switch port mode access. Switch port access VLAN 90. No shut end. Okay. That's all of them we got there. Okay. Alright, configure switch port as access whenever possible, otherwise use trunks. For switch to router trunking, use IEEE 1Q, limit VLANs and switch router trunks is required. Okay, I think I did that already. Create the necessary SVI interface from the switch and assign the IP addresses specified in the diagram. I have not done that. Let me do that now. I'm just looking at the diagram trying to figure out where the hell these IP addresses are. I think I only see one, which is on switch 2. CompT interface VLAN 90. IP address 172.16 90.1. 24-bit mask? Okay. Is there another diagram I'm missing? No. VLAN 50. VLAN 30. Well, I don't know. Oh, no, that is, I think that might be it. I'm gonna have to go with, I think that's it. Create the necessary SVI interface on the switch and assign the IP address specified in the diagram. Okay, I think I did that. Create the necessary Ethernet logical sub-interfaces on the routers and assign the IP addresses specified in the diagram. Okay. So this wants me to create the necessary Ethernet logical sub-interface on the routers. Okie dokie, that's a lot. So I guess for this one, let's do start with router 1. I'll just kind of go sequentially around the diagram. Okay. Alright, serial interfaces are done. Are they done? Wait a second, I got 3 sets of serial interfaces. Show IP interface, brief. Okay, that's up. That's up, that's up. Let's see the loopbacks. Loopback 1 is up. Loopback 100 is up. Total 24, okay. That's all done. Now I just need the Ethernet interfaces, which are these two guys here. I don't understand this diagram, what they're asking me to do. I'm stuck on this one section of the diagram. I'm looking at it and it's just puzzling my brain. How in the hell do they want me to do this? I think I have an idea, but what the heck? I'm gonna try something crazy. I'm gonna try something absolutely crazy. Okay. Show run interface. Bridge group 1. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. 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 I think I see what's going on here. That's why it's throwing me for a loop. Okay. BVI 1. IP address, and this is going to be 172.16.1.1. And this is going to be, what the hell is this? protocol. What the hell is I think it's called mode or something. Protocol, PPPoE. You know, standby, source, SNMP, shutdown, service, routing. Rate limit, OSPF, device MTU, MPLS, media proxy, MAC address logging, load interval list, LAN name. I think we have to do bridge group 1. BBI does not support bridging. Okay. Oh man, this is nuts. All right, let me hop on router 7. Something I have to do about the protocol, like IEEE or something. Oh man, I need some help. Router 1. What the hell was it? Show IP interface brief. Is manual down. Wait a second. Conf T interface down. It's not administratively shut down. BBI 1 no shut. Let me get these guys. I think it's like no bridge group. You already have that. I thought it was protocol, IEEE, mode. Okay. Okay, I see that section. Let me move on from that. Show IP interface brief. Just make sure the IP addresses are correct. Show interface. Grab the mask of that sucker, okay. Alright, so let's go to router 2. Router 2 has a serial and an Ethernet. Show IP interface brief. Ethernet address is 26.2. Looks good there. Ethernet 01 is DHCP. I have no idea why we're rocking DHCP there. Look at that. Where's that coming from? Okay. Get your serial interfaces up, loopbacks and tunnels. Okay. So we should be able to do. I'll tell you what. Let's do the. Let's see what we get. Alright, I see router 6. I don't see router 4. Alright, I see router 6. Don't see router 4. Router 4. Show IP interface brief. Ethernet is up. Let's check the mask. Show interface. /24. Show IP interface. Ingoing, outgoing, access list. Input features. Show let's see if we get any reply. Hey mentors, welcome. Oh my god, man, thank goodness you're here. Looking good, my man. Definitely dropped the ball today. I slept in almost noon. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I'm sure you needed it. Just waking up, get my coffee, fire up those labs. High speed, low drag. Yes, sir. Why my Ethernet interface is not show IP interface brief. Mentors, I already did a configuration lab, excuse me, a troubleshooting lab this morning, and now I am working my way through the layer 2 of a configuration lab. That sucker should be right. What are we gonna do? Alright. So let me highlight some areas. That sucker. These suckers. Okay, let me go to router 3. Start working my way through Ethernet that way. Alright, let's do Control-Shift-6. Show adjacency. Let's see, I got 3120. Okay, which is the switch. Very good. VLAN 50, I got 35.5. Awesome, awesome reachability there. Let's go ahead and check router 5. Nope, that's not going to yield the results I want. Alright, let's see. Control-Shift-6. Show adjacency. Okay, awesome. So, we got to break out our diagram here. Let's track router 4. Router 4's Ethernet 01 interface goes into switch 2. Switch 2 Ethernet 03. Show run in interface 03. VLAN 40. Mode access. Show interface trunk. Alright, we don't have any trunks yet. Oh, well, wait, we do. All of our interfaces are trunks. Okay, so we may not have connectivity because, let me see, 7 and 8. Wait, switch 3. I'm telling you, this is a nutty configuration, man. It's crazy. Okay. So I think we were just checking to make sure all of the sub-interfaces were created and the IP address is configured. Ethernet logical sub-interface on the routers and assign the IP addresses specified in the diagram. I didn't see any... I didn't see any that weren't. Which were Ethernet. I still need to configure loopbacks, probably. Alright, let's get through the switching and do the ports listed in the following table must be administratively shut down. Verify that they are shut down and make sure that they remain in a shutdown state. So let's go switch 1, comp T interface range, ETH 1, 2 to 3, ETH 2/0 to 1. Shut. Next switch, switch 2. Count T, interface range. E 2 1. E 1 3. Interface range, whole bunches here. Oh crap. Interface range, ETH 1 2 to 3. E 2/1 to 3. Let me just make sure I'm hitting. Look what I did. I did no shut. See what I did? Sometimes you just get in the habit of doing no shut. Here I did shut. Alright, here I did shut. Next one is switch 4. Count T, interface range. ETH 1 3. ETH 2 0. 1 2 3. Okay. I think I did that one properly. Configure interfaces on active switch to switch links according to the following table. Switch 1 to switch 2. I have 2 interfaces. Show CDP neighbor. I'm wondering why one of my interfaces is not showing up here. 2 3. Show IP interface brief. 2 3. Look, it says administratively shut down. Why is that? Okay. Do no shut. Did I do it in my interface range commands? Let me see. I did. Wait, 1 to 2. 2 0 to 1. No, I didn't. It was shut down already. Show CDP neighbors. Should have 2 ports. Here's switch 1. 2 and 3. Switch 1, where you at? There you go, switch 2, 2 and 3. Okay. Configuration, interface, range, ETH, 2 2 to 3. Switch port, trunk. Switch port, trunk mode. Excuse me, trunk encapsulation. .1Q, switch port mode, trunk. No shut end. Okay, switch 2. It's 2 2 and 2 3. Interface range, ETH 2 2 to 3. What is it? Switch port, trunk, encapsulation, .1Q, switch port, mode trunk, no shut end. Switch 2 to 3. Show CDP neighbors. You see switch 3, Ethernet 2.0. Let's go over to switch 3. Show CDP neighbors. Switch 2 is 2.0. Okay. Okay, no configuration there. Let's make it a trunk. Do not use either channel. Only VLANs that need to carry traffic should be allowed on the trunks. Ay, caramba. Switch 2. Switch 3, 2L. Switch port. Trunk, encapsulation, .1Q. Switch port mode, trunk. No shut. Switch 2. Interface. Switch port, trunk, encapsulation, .1Q. Switch port. Switch port mode, trunk. No shut. Alright, switch 2 to switch 4. Switch 2 to switch 4. Show CDP. Neighbors. Alright, that goes to switch 2. Here's switch 2. Goes to switch 4 to this one. Interface. Do show run. Interface. Always check the interface for existing config. Make sure I don't overwrite it. And let's do switch port, trunk, encapsulation, .1Q, switch port mode, trunk, no shut. Switch 4, please. Do show run interface. Switch port, trunk, encapsulation, .1Q, switch port, mode trunk, no shut, end. Alright, do not use any of the ether channel, configure switch .1Q trunks, and only VLANs that need to carry traffic should be allowed on the trunks. So this is something that sort of burned me last time a little bit. I wasn't sure how to deal with it. So show CDP neighbors. Let's figure out which links face which trunks. I'm looking for a marker. Okay. So switch 2 and 3. Excuse me. Those are trunks. Okay. Alright, 2.0, 2.1 are shut down, and 1.2.1.3 are shut down. Okay, those are shut. I go over to switch 2. Show CDP neighbors. I'm trying to formulate a nice, efficient way to do this. I think I'm on the toes of doing something right here. Okay. 2 and 3 is good. Switch 4 is 1.2. Switch 3 is 2.0. Okay. So what I'm showing here is 1.3 is shut down, 2.1 is shut down, looks good. Those are up, that's down. Okay, switch 3, show CDP. Neighbors, okay. I'm on switch 3. So again, switch 2 is 2, and then 7 and 8 are up. And looks like 1, 2, and 1, 3 are shut. Good. 2 is up. 2, 1 is down. Down, down, down. Okay. Switch 4. I think I might have this show CDP neighbors. Switch 2 is ETH12. Okay. And then those other guys are there. Boom, boom. So if I do show IP interface brief, what I'm checking here is I've got a little diagram and I'm marking off the interfaces that are turned up. Let's see, 1.3, 2.0.2.1, 2.0.2.2. Okay, yeah. So now we only want to pass the VLANs necessary. So if we do show interface trunk, is that right? No, show spanning tree. Show interface trunk. Oh, show interface trunk. That's going up to there, but which VLANs do I need? I need I need VLAN 90 here. 90 so far. Now I'm wondering if I missed something. Switch to what number is that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of these has to be this Ethernet 00 interface needs to be in VLAN. This probably goes against every study rule. Interface VLAN. Switch port mode access. Switch port access. No shut. That's what I'm gonna do. 99. So I need 90, 99. So here, show VLAN. Got 90, 99. So show interface trunk. Show interface trunk. Switch port trunk allowed. VLAN 90. Show interface trunk. Let me see switch 3. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Switch 2. If I do show CDP neighbor, this interface, switch port trunk allow VLAN 90. Okay. Switch 3. Let's see. Show VLAN. It looks like 10 and 20. I don't know which is which. Oh, let me see. This is 10, 20. 10 and 20. So let's find show interface trunk. Switch port trunk allowed VLAN 10, 20. And if we do show CDP neighbor, switch 3, Ethernet 2.0, conf T, switch port trunk allowed, VLAN, 10, 20. That's switch 2. Alright, another one, switch 1. Show VLAN. Okay, so if we do 0, 1, it's 40. Also 1, 1 is 40. And also 1, 0 is 50. Okay, and then show interface trunk, 2, 2, and 2, 3, and then 0, 2. This sucker is a trunk. Which is 30 and 50. So which means I need 30, 40, and 50 over the trunks. Okay. Config T, interface range, ETH, 2, 2 to 3, switch port, trunk, allowed, VLAN. $30, $40, $50. Switch 1, 2, 3, and 2, 2. Interface range, Ethernet, 2, 2 to 3. Switch port, trunk, allowed, VLANs. 30, 40, 50. Actually, I might not need 40 across there. Show VLAN. Wait, okay, I do have a 40. Okay, thank goodness. Yeah, okay, thank goodness. Yeah, that's 40 across there. Okay, are we good? Prime minute. Alright, that's that. Only allow VLANs that need to carry traffic allowed on the trunk link. That took a long time, but I'm pretty sure it's right. Configure switch rapid convergence based on IEEE 802.1W standard with minimal extra configuration. Each VLAN on the switch-to-switch links should run its own spanning tree instance. Okay, so I think this is just rapid spanning tree, right? Spanning tree mode rapid. Spanning tree mode rapid. Each VLAN on the switch-to-switch links should run its own spanning tree instance. I think it will with rapid per VLAN spanning tree, right? should run its own instance. I think that's taken care of already. Okay, IP addresses and configuration section. Configure switch 2 to supply the IP address on subnet to devices on VLAN 90. Show IP interface brief. VLAN 90, I have that. Oh, configure switch 2 to supply the IP addresses to devices on VLAN 90. That's because there's a DHCP there on a router 9. Which is DHCP there, okay. Router 9. Assign only IP addresses 3, 5, and 7. Devices on VLAN 90 should use as the default router. Ensure that router 9 has IP address assignment. Who else has a DHCP? Nobody, right? VLAN 90? Okay, IP, DHCP. Pool. Default router, which is going to be 172.16.90.1. Alright. That's done. IP DHCP pool, the pool name DHCP underscore pool is I forget what the configure a reserved address. Oh, network. Network, is that right? Network. Data decimal notation 172.16.90.0. Is that right? 24. Assign only IP addresses 3, 5, and 7. Low IP address. I don't know if that'll do the trick. Okay, it's got an IP address. Let's see. Assign only IP addresses. It got the .2 address. Oh, DHCP takes a while for this, I think. Clear IP DHCP. How about this? Show IP DHCP. Binding. Okay, I got 3. That one, okay. Ensure router 9 has an IP address assignment, okay. Configure switch to supply the addresses, okay. Assign, let's see, router 1 through 7. 1, 7, and 8 connect. Let's see, where's 1, 7, and 8? Okay, here we go. Assign the IP address to router 1, to router 7, and to router 8. Make sure that all 3 routers can ping each other. Right, so this is the bridge interface that I was seeing earlier. So router 7, show IP interface brief, has the IP address, show IP interface brief. Also has an address, just to be sure we're on the right mask. Show interface. Mask is 24. The problem here is on router 1. Okay, both of those are part of a bridge group. And let me see, IP. Let's see. Something about .1Q, no, not .1Q tunneling. Oh, wait. 1 protocol IEEE. Please be the right answer. Please be the right answer. Please be the right answer. Ping 172.16. 1.10. That's not .10. Ah, fuck. 1.10. 1.2. Show IP interface brief. Show interfaces ETH 01.10.10. Hmm? Okay. Moving to 20. Okay, show CDP neighbor. Switch to eth01. There's local interface. Switch to's interface 00. Show run interface eth00. Switchboard trunk encapsulation, .1q. Switchboard trunk allowed. 10 and 20 switchboard mode trunk. Okay, that should fly. And 10 and 20 show interfaces trunk. We're going 2.0 is 10 and 20. 10 and 20, switch 3, and show interfaces trunk. 2.0, 10 and 20, show VLANs. 007. 7 is 10. 01 is 20, which is 80. Alright, I feel like I'm falling victim to like a order of operations problem. Bridging protocols on Ethernet 20. Okay, BVI is up, up. Show, ping 172, 16.1.1. That's router 7. Crap. Wait. 1.1 is learned. I'm 10 and 2 is learned. But I'm not getting any pings? I'm seeing the ARP if I do show adjacency. I'm seeing them, but I can't ping them. So weird. Yeah, it's so weird. What's up with that? What am I missing here? Make sure all routers can ping each other. What does it say? Bridging on .1Q subnet interfaces only supported in conjunction with the IEEE spanning tree. Please remove bridge group configuration from subinterface first. What? So 10. Shut. And 20. Shut. Let's see. They should both be shut. Shut and shut. I guess I probably could have shut down. Shut the whole physical interface down. Show IP interface brief. I'm just wondering if I'm falling victim to an order of operations problem. What interface was that? 01. Let's see. I feel like this should be working. And show interface BVI 1, and this is switch 7, but new switch 7. Try to ping. I can ping. Holy shit. Wait, is that 2 yourself? No. Dot 10 is yourself. Alright, I can still ping dot 2, which is router 8. I cannot ping? What the heck? Alright, let's see. 7216. 1.1. This is router 8 pinging router 1. Nada. But if I can ping router 7, I can ping router 7. Show an interface, ETH01. Show bridge 1. Action forward. Age, receive count, transmit count. Show interface BVI 1. T interface BBI 1. Shut. Let's see if they can still ping. I'm just kind of experimenting right now because I actually haven't configured this before. Like, I've known of it, but I've never like configured it on my own, and I'm really just grasping at straws a little bit. Alright, I can ping 10, but I can't ping 1. Anybody have a clue why that is? I mean, I haven't even started the protocols yet. Make sure that all 3 routers can ping each other. Well, on router 1, can I ping anything? 172.16, 1.10. BVI does not support bridging. Well, how do you attach the BVI interface to... BVI does not support bridging. How do you assign it? Like a group membership or something. Bridge. Group number for bridging. So bridging is working, but I don't have the BVI associated. Like show bridge group. Okay. The wrong mask or something? Show interface BVI1 4-bit mask, IP address in range. Just checking the simple stuff. Okay, how about okay, no bridge virtual interface at all. Again, let's see if we can still ping each other. I cannot. Okay. Let's get on router 1. Interface BVI 1. IP address 172.16. 1.1 24-bit mask. Come back on router 8. Ah. Ah. I can't believe it. It's gonna screw up the whole thing. Man, I'm stuck on this in a big way. What do you think? Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. And still I cannot do it on the there's no access lists, no nothing. I'm gonna try and rip it all out. Hey, that is weird. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna try and rip this config out and start again. Show run, include bridge BPI. So I'm just gonna try it again. And it's these two interfaces which are in the bridge group. So I'm gonna do big T, no. Please remove BVI first. No interface BVI1. No paste. No bridge IRB. Interface etho1 10, no bridge group 1. Interface etho1 20, no bridge group 1. Okay, config. Bridge group 1, protocol. IEEE. Interface etho1 10, bridge group 1. Interface etho1 20, bridge group 1. Exit. No. Bridge IRB. Interface BVI 1. IP address 172.16. 1.1, 24-bit mask. No shut. Bridge 1, route, IP. End. Show interface BVI. Show interface BVI1. Okay, got the right IP address, got the mask, line protocol is up, everything's up. Let's do show a bridge. Bridge to nowhere. Bridge 1. Let's just show bridge 1. Bridge group 1. Oh, crap. Bridge Bridge group. Okay, forwarding. The bridge group 1 is running IEEE compatible spanning tree. Show bridge 1. Show group, same information. Okay. Alright, let's try 7 and 8. Seven can ping 8. That feels so good. Just make sure router 8 can ping it. It can, and router 8 can ping router 7. Oh. Oh my. Guys, that took like an hour. And I'm not proud of it. And I hate myself a little bit for it. But I know I learned one thing. Just clinic. Maybe a little bit. But if that's as high as we can go, then we're really shooting low here, aren't we? Alright, I had one other reachability issue, which I wanted to take a moment to resolve, which was show adjacency, show IP interface brief, okay. Show run interface, show run. Let me do a quick scan of the config, see if there's anything global. Just regular interface. Anything global that's stopping us? I don't think so. Okay. Router 4. Router 4. Switch 2 this way. Switch 2103. Show run interface E03. Access 40. VLAN 40 show interface. Trunk. 40 we're going over to switch 1. Switch 1. Show VLAN ID 40. Swing out 0, 1, 2. 0, 1 and 1, 1, which is router 2 and router 6, both access. Show interface Etho1, 24-bit mask, 172.16.26, so I need to see. (172.16.26). Show interface 26.6. 4 is 26.4 and 2 is show interface excuse me 0, 2. Okay. Oh, I am seeing 4 now. How about that? Show adjacency. I am seeing 4 and 6 now. 4. Ping 172.16.26. Dot 6. Dot 2. Okay. That has taken me forever. That is taking me forever. Alright, so what I'm going to do real quick is hop around to each router, just verify that the loopback interfaces are the same that are here on the drawing before I get into the next section, because I'm at a sort of a delineation. I'm getting ready to start OSPF on this lab, which I really need to get into. So let me first, before I get myself into a sort of a rabbit hole of troubleshooting, let me verify the loopbacks. Show IP interface brief, and I'm going to do that just by looking at the interface brief. I need to see loopback 1, loopback 101 on here. The serial interfaces are configured, sub interfaces are configured, we're done there. Router 2. Show IP interface brief. Actually, you know what, let's just do this if we can. And show IP interface brief. Let's do select all, send it. Router 2 should have loopback 1 and loopback 102. Router 3 should have loopback 60, loopback 103. Okay, it does, both up. Router 4, loopback 104. It does. Loopback 1, it does. Router 5, loopback 105. Okay, it does. Router 6, loopback 106, 30, and I'm also seeing loopback 1 on there in the config, but I don't see it on the drawing. So I'm going to make a little indication with a question mark. Loopback 1. Alright, router 7. Router 7, loopback 110, very good. And router 8 should have a bunch of loopbacks configured 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all up, and loopback 107, which is very confusing. Router 9 has no loopbacks. Router 10 is our backbone router back here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, loopback 7, which is not on here. I'll indicate it to be on the lookout. Switch 1 doesn't have any. Switch 2 has VLAN 90 configured. Switch 1, switch 3, and switch 4, nothing. Okay. Oh, and router 1, which we already saw. All right. I'm going to just get up out of my chair for a moment, walk around, stretch my back, and then I'm going to start the OSPF section of this config, which should go for a while. All right. Let me just get a little bite of pastry. Apple fritter or something. I don't know what it's called. Okay. Now, next section, y'all. OSPF. Oh my God. All right, let's check out the requirements. It says, note, all OSPF routers, except of the routers that are connected to DMVPN, must be configured with only one OSPF process ID. Points will be deducted from multiple sections for failing to assign only one OSPF process ID on each specified router. Use your IGP diagram to help guide configuration. Okay, I don't see anywhere where it indicates a specific process ID, so it must be in the requirements. Well, we'll see. Configure OSPF area 0 on DMVPN. On DMVPN subnet between 1, 2, and 4. Okay, no problem. Configure OSPF area 33 on the subnet for 13. Okay, I see it. Configure OSPF area 44 on the subnet for 35. Okay, I see it. Advertise networks into OSPF. Advertise loopback subnet on router 3. Have the VLAN 30 subnet advertised in OSPF without including it as one of your OSPF networks. Make sure that it is viewed as a type 1 route by OSPF and that the network can be reached from anywhere. Make any other external OSPF routes type 2. Establish OSPF adjacencies. Make sure router 3 is the designated router for the link between router 1 and router 3. Use the OSPF network type non-broadcast. Okay. It's a good thing I read all of these, because I could have gotten down to this section and worked the 7 bullet points that were above, and then had to go back. And then lastly, verify connectivity. Verify that all OSPF prefixes specified in this section can be reached from all devices in the OSPF domain. Okay, so let's start with DMVPN. Router 1 is our hub. Tunnel 124 is our hub interface. CompT interface, tunnel 124. IP, OS, PF, network, non-broadcast. Okay. CompT interface. Alright. Let's use our notepad we did earlier. CompT interface, tunnel 124, IP, OSPF, network. Non-broadcast, IP, OSPF. One. I still didn't see the process ID. I'm going to use process ID 1. Process ID, area 0. Router 2 and router 4. Alright, so now we want to do router OSPF 1, neighbor 172.16.24.1. And then it says priority 0 on both of these guys. Router 4, router 2, router 1, router OSPF 1, neighbor 172.16, 124.2, .4, priority 100. Show IP. Okay. I'm trying to think about the mappings. Do I need to create any new mappings? Show IP OSPF interface tunnel 124. What? Where the hell did I put that? Oh, I didn't enable it. I only set the network type. That's right. Okay. Got it. IP OSPF1 area 0. Okay. Show IP OSPF1 neighbor. Okay, we're working on it. We're working on it. Getting there. Priority of 1. Who has the priority of 1? Okay. And then if I come over and check over here, show IP OSPF1 neighbor. Uh-oh. We definitely want to get past the X start. Show IP OSPF1 neighbor. That's router 3. Okay, next one. Do show. What is I doing? Show IP OSPF1 neighbor. The hell? Show IP OSPF neighbor. What's up with that? Why did it take a long time? Oh shit. know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. Oh my god. I changed the priority, right? Oh, but I did it only for this process. Okay, I was confused and I thought that I changed the process for all of them. I only did it for process that one, but here on router 4 it shows show. Now I'm kind of like thinking into it. Wait a second. We should not have a BDR here. Show run section router OSPF. The priority is 0. So it should not participate in the DR BDR election. Okay, router 4, show run section, router OSPF. I'm not sure why. Let me see what happens here. Show IP OSPF 1 neighbor. Why do you think you're the BDR? Show IP OSPF 1 neighbor. Why do you think you're the BDR? When you have a priority of 0. It may be because I have to bounce the OSPF process. Maybe that's it. Hang on. I definitely want to get this right, so I'm gonna just kind of go back. Router OSPF 1, and I'm gonna say, and instead what I want to do is just hit the 1 neighbor statement. I'm gonna do the same thing over here on router 2. Comp T router OSPF 1, and I want to do no, and then just hit that, and I want to do clear IP OSPF 1. Yep. And I want to do clear IP OSPF 1 process. Yep. And on router 1, clear IP OSPF 1 process. Oh, I want to do yes. Show Alright, you have a priority of 0. Router 2, show IP OSPF 1 neighbor. How the fuck did you? This is kind of like blowing my mind right now. Show IP OSPF 1 neighbor. What the fuck, man? Stateful. BDR. Which means router 2 is the BDR. Show IP OSPF neighbor. No election here. To me, why is this sort of bouncing? Is that what I'm seeing here? It's bouncing? BDR? I wonder if I'm understanding the router OSPF 1 neighbor. And then OSPF priority for the non-broadcast neighbor. Okay, priority. He has a priority of 0. And you have a priority of 0. And router 4. Conf T, config, maybe that's my problem anyhow. Router OSPF 1, neighbor 172.16, 124.1, priority 100. That neighbor. Let's go over to router 2. Let's clear OSPF processes one more time. Router OSPF 1, hit that. Okay, clear. IP OSPF 1 process, yes. Clear IP OSPF 1 process. Oops. Let's do yes. And then also on router 1, clear. Alright, here we go. Two-way druther. How the hell? Oh man, I'm pissed about that. Show IP, OSPF 1. show. This is wasting so much time. Inactive. Process 1. Why does it say inactive? Area backbone 0. Oh, number of interfaces in this area 1. No authentication, that's fine. Area ranges, okay. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Okay. For router 2, the interface address is area 0, neighbor priority is 1. Okay, why? It's configured 0. State is in full. Why is the priority 1 even though it's configured 0? The DR is that, and BDR is router 2. Next neighbor. I'm the DR, you're the BDR. Where's the priority is 1, it's configured as 0. Show IP OSPF 1, neighbor detail. Priority is 1, it's configured as 100. Oh man, that stupid thing to get hung up on, but I don't get it. This is gonna get me hung up. Interface, serial, IP, OSPF, network, non-broadcast. OSPF priority of non-broadcast neighbor. That neighbor is 0. And I'm priority 100. Now let's go over to router 1 and do the same freaking thing. Router OSPF 1, neighbor, that 3, priority he is 100, and priority 0. End. IP OSPF 1, neighbor. Show IP OSPF neighbor. I don't know why it jumps to priority 1. Can someone explain that to me? Router 3, show IP interface brief. This one is conft. OSPF 1, area 44. Okay, router 5. Am I on the right router? Router 5? Show run. What's going on here? What was that error message? Configuring IP routing on a LAN subinterface is only allowed if that subinterface is already configured as part of the... Okay. But it doesn't have to be a subinterface, right? So I think this is, I think I mistakenly created that, which would give me a knock on points. Let's do no interface, and instead let's just grab the and let's see our adjacencies now. Show IP OSPF neighbor. Alright, so wait a second. Configure OSPF area 0 DMVPN on the subnet. Okay, configure area 33 on the subnet. Area 44 on the subnet. Okay, make router 3 the designated router for the link between 1 and 3. Show IP OSPF neighbor. Show IP OSPF neighbor. Okay, the interface, serial 10, in-state BDR. Let's see, area 33, number of interfaces. Okay, make router 3. Here's the OSPF network type, non-broadcast. IP, OSPF interface. Designated router is 103. Backup router. Where is the non-broadcast? Wait a second. The designated router 13.3. That's me. The backup designated router is router 1, but it says the state BDR. I'm getting so confused. Alright, advertise loopback subnet into area 1. Show IP interface brief. Loopback 101. Interface loopback, IP OSPF, network type. Got it. Advertise loopback subnets into area 44. Advertise loopback subnets. Into area 44. IP OSPF 1. Network type point to point. IP OSPF 1 area 44. That is over on router 3. I'm trying to find these loopbacks. Show, sure. OSPF 1 area 44. Oh. Alright, that's that one. Advertise those two loopbacks into area 44. On router 3, have the VLAN 30 subnet advertised via OSPF without including it as one of your OSPF networks. Make sure that it is viewed as a type 1 route by OSPF and that the network can be reached from everywhere. Make any other external OSPF routes type 2. Show IP interface brief. This is the VLAN 30 subnet. So what we want to do is CompT route map. We want to redistribute connected route map. We want to call it metric type 2. No, metric type 1. Make any other external OSPF routes type 2. Well, I don't see any other external OSPF routes, not at this time, right? Show IP OSPF neighbor tunnel 124. So neighbor 2. I don't know why they're electing a BDR. Okay, so that's a check mark for that one. This one bullet point, make any other OSPF external routes type 2. I don't see any. You know, I don't feel like I missed any in the instructions. So, just making myself some notes on, so when I go back and grade this, I remember what questions I have right now, and so I write them down on the paper, so I remember what they are. It says, verify that all OSPF prefixes specified in this section can be reached from all other devices in the OSPF domain. Well, they cannot, because we are going to need to set up a virtual link between router 1 and router 3. Show IP OSPF1 neighbor. Neighbor, here's 3 right here. CompT router OSPF1. Area 33. Virtual link. enter. Code router 3 show IP OSPF 1 neighbor. Okay, conft router OSPF 1 area 33 virtual link over to that neighbor. Okay. So you see a virtual link in there, yeah, OSPF virtual link 0. Show IP route. I see the 105. Let me take it down to router 2 and router 4 and see what they see. Show IP route. Actually, show IP route of what? OSPF? Okay, that's router 2. Sorry, I'm just staring off into space. Show IP route, OSPF. Okay. So from here, I think we can do like ping 172.16.105.1. I mean, as far as OSPF goes, I think we're okay. You know what? We should probably start building that script. 172.16.124.1. 172.16. Just throw that in a clipboard. 124.2. 124.4. And that is 101.1. 60 dot 50.3. 105.1. 13.1. 13.3. 172, 35.5 and 35.3. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going there. Butchering this? Okay. I don't know. So, what have I done? There's something screwed up here. Get rid of this fucking IP address. I get a Unicode character in there or something? Oh. Thank you. I think I put that back in. 172.16.60.1. Why does it bomb out there? I don't remember. Excellent. Okay. I'm giving myself a check mark for the verify that OSPF prefixes in this section can be reached from all OSPF devices. I think that's all of them. We'll see. The next section is RIP, which most people always think that RIP is easy stuff. There's 2 RIP domains in this topology. And, well, it's not without its own difficulties, that's for sure. Okay, configure RIP between router 3 and switch 2. That's down here. Configure RIP between routers 2, 4, and 6. That's over here. Configure RIP v2. Oh, it's RIP v2. Routing only for the subnet from the range 172.16.16 range on all RIP routers. Okay, let's try router 3. Router RIP version 2. Router RIP version 2, no auto, network 172.16. I didn't see a loopback in here. Where's the loopback? Alright, there's the 120. There's the 90. That looks right. Okay, got a whole bunch coming in there. Alright, now I gotta do routers. And before I do, hang on. Show IP protocols. Alright, so let's do Oh, man, let's see. Okay, it says send RIP updates on VLAN 40, but for security reasons, do not use broadcast or multicast RIP updates. Send RIP updates on the link between R3 and switch 2. Do not send any other RIP updates. Okay, so for router 3 and switch 2, passive interface default. Switch 2. Router RIP. Passive interface default. No passive. Passive interfaces. There we go. And then 3 show IP. Show IP protocols. RIP. Here we go. All right. 2, 4, and 6. Okay, so let's do router. Router RIP. Passive default. Router RIP. Pass default. Router RIP. Pass default. So, updates, but for security reasons, do not use broadcast or multicast. Okay, so let's do neighbor 172.16.26. I'm on router 6, so I want to see 2 and 4. And for router 4, I want to do neighbor 172.16.26.6. And for router 2, network, no, neighbor 172.16.26. Show IP protocols RIP. Okay. Oh, all right. I think that takes care of RIP. Now the last one, control RIP routing. Routers 2 and 4 should prefer the RIP path when transmitting traffic between their respective loopback interfaces. First, we need to find out what those are. Show IP interface brief. Okay, so that's 104, and for router 2, show IP interface brief, it's 172.16.102. Now, let's see the path. Show IP route 172.16.104.1. It's known via RIP. Okay. Router 4. Show IP show IP route 172.16.102.1. Again, known via RIP. So it already should prefer the path when transmitting traffic between their respective loopback interfaces. Okay, they do, but now I'm questioning whether or not I should have sort of, I don't know, I'm thinking back about our OSPF design on the DMVPN, which I can't believe is acting the way it is. There's something unusual about it that I'm just don't have my finger on yet.
I just want to go back.
Okay, so I'm going to circle that one and I'm going to say it already does. That's for RIP. Now let's do EIGRP. I hope EIGRP is a fun one. Enable EIGRP. Configure EIGRP AS. First of all, you see some IPv6 in here or no? It's all multicast. See some router security, administration and stuff. That's going to be some fun stuff. But I don't see IPv6. Okay. The reason I look ahead is because if we need IPv6, I want to know if it wants us to use named protocol or not when configuring EIGRP. Enable EIGRP. Configure EIGRP AS10 between 1 and 7. So it's advertising some loopbacks in the autonomous system 10, advertising some loopbacks in autonomous system 20. Advertise the loopback networks. Let's see, that's router 8. Loopback networks as external networks. Router 1 should not send EIGRP updates within EIGRP 20. What? Okay. Do not use filtering technologies. Use a minimal number of configuration lines. Configure R1 to accept any of the following routes from R8.
I just want to go back.
Okay. So this one is going to be a brain buster. Router 1 should not send EIGRP updates within EIGRP 20. Alright, I'm thinking passive interface, but no, that's not it. So I'm thinking stub. Get some sort of stub routing. God, I'm not sure. God, I'm not sure. In fact, I'm not sure how to configure EIGRP in that AES because it's the damn bridged interfaces. And if I turn multicast on that bridge interface, it's going to go out both directions. Okay. So, I have never seen a scenario like this, so I'm just going to kind of try and make it up as I go. Help T, router EIGRP 10. Neighbor 172.16 1.10. And that is going out. I can send it out a BVI. I can use an Ethernet interface also, but the Ethernet interface doesn't have an IP address. So we got to call it BVI 1. Next I'm going to exit that, and I'm going to say router EIGRP 20 and say neighbor 172.16.1.2. I'm also going to say BVI 1. And now I'm going to come over to router 7, conf T, router EIGRP 10, neighbor 172.16.1.1, and this is going to be out Ethernet 0. And router 8, it's going to be Ethernet 0 for him, conf T, interface, router EIGRP 20, crap, router EIGRP 20, neighbor 172.116.1.1, so let's see, show IP EIGRP neighbors. Fuck. Dang. Oh, I gotta turn the network on. I'm gonna put a network statement in there. Show IP EIGRP. Neighbors. Okay. Comp T, router EIGRP 10, network 172.16.1.0. Wait, I have 2 autonomous systems on. So let's do router EIGRP 20. Okay, 2 autonomous systems. 6 conf T, router 7, router EIGRP 10. Network 172.16.1.10. Wildcard mask. Next for router 8, router EIGRP 20, network 172.16.1.2. Show show IP, EIGRP, autonomous system 10, neighbors, got one neighbor. Okay, alright, that works. So, look guys, I'm going to hop right up just for a minute. I have to excuse myself for a restroom break, and I'll get washed up and come right back. Finish this out. The EIGRP first 2 bullets are complete. Okay, next up on EIGRP. Advertise networks into EIGRP. Advertise the loopback network in AS10. Advertise the loopback network into AS20. Let's see where those are. Okay. Advertise the loopback networks of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. It's the loopbacks on router 8 as external networks. Okay. So let's go on router 7, show IP interface brief, show IP interface brief, router 7, grab the loopback here, conf t router EIGRP 10, network, paste, and then router 8, Should IP interface brief. This loop back. Conft router EIGRP 20 network. Next I want to do exit. I want to do route map EIGRP connected permit match interface loopback 1, loopback 2, loopback 3, loopback 4, loopback 5. Router EIGRP 20, redistribute, connected, route map EIGRP, con. Then we got to set a metric, 1,000, 100, 255, 1, 1, 200. Okay, let's go to router 1, see if we see the loopbacks. Show IP route EIGRP. Alright, we see the externals. Looks good. R1 should not send EIGRP updates within EIGRP 20. What does that mean? Do not use any filtering techniques. That's why I'm leaning more towards a stub. I don't know. I'm going to get into router EIGRP 20. If I use passive interface, can I use passive? Let me see what's available for neighbor commands. I think the passive interface, you can still receive updates. No neighbors. Oh no, this is I was looking at this and this is the neighbor for autonomous system 10. Alright, so I can't use passive interface. Right? Do show IP route. Do a show IP route. EIGRP. Yeah, we cannot. Router EIGRP 20. No passive interface default. No passive interface. BVI. That's what I meant to do. Okay, back at it. It says do not use any filtering techniques. So neighbor, network. I'm just reading through the options here. Can I do passive interface? Passive interface. And then feeling the screen here. How do we do not R1 should not send EIGRP updates within EIGRP 20. Do not use any filtering techniques. BVI. Why don't I have like IP EIGRP? Where the hell is the IP addresses? Son of a bitch. Ethernet 0120, Ethernet 020. I don't know this. Router EIGRP 20, what? Without using filtering techniques, so. Receive only. Set receive only neighbor. Advertise. I don't think I've ever used that, and certainly didn't know where to find it. All right, let's see. Router, stub, receive only. And that's under. It's right under here. I guess that's it. Wow, I think that's it. Using a minimal number of configuration lines, configure R1 to accept only the following routes from R8. Okay. From R8. I mean, I'm a fan of prefix lists. Is that the, you know, minimal number? Okay, well, that's what I'm going to do. Prefix list, EIGRP, permit, oh, excuse me, I want to do 172.106.107.0/24. I also want to do 192.168.2.0/23. No. Slash /23 /23 greater than or equal to 24. Do show run include prefix. Just want to make sure I have them both. Router EIGRP 20. Filter entries and EIGRP updates. Distribute list. What's it called? EIGRP what's? It's called EIGRP. Clear IP EIGRP. Tome system 20. Neighbor 172.16.101. one. Show IP EIGRP. Show IP route EIGRP. Okay, that I think worked as expected. Perfect. If it's the minimal number of commands, I don't know. I think it is. It's only 2 lines. Is there a way to do it in one? No, that's something. Is there a way to do it in one? Okay. Alright, 2:30. I guess I've got about 2.5 more hours to go. I haven't reached the golden moment. I don't think I'm even close to the golden moment, which is full reachability of prefixes. But I'm going to stand up for a moment and stretch my back, because sitting here is killing me. Obtain universal connectivity. Oh, always this redistribution always gets me. I mean, always. All right. Perform mutual redistribution between RIP and OSPF on router 2. Let's see what that is. Okay. Okay. You know, there's some great tech documents that are part of this Cisco Expert Learning that break down the theories of redistribution and just you know, it's sort of a different way to look at it, I think. Looking at it from more of the CCIE lab approach as opposed to sort of best practice. Not that it's very different, but Cisco documentation can tend to be long and verbose and sometimes unclear, whereas I found some of these, and I'm calling them tech documents, not really tech documents, but documents that they offer in the Cisco Expert Learning, and just sort of break things down a little bit simpler and just offer a little smaller approach, something more of a quick reference sheet. And I haven't studied them a lot, but I did save a couple of them so I can read them at night. So we'll see how that goes. All right, let's start off by taking a look at RIP. Config, router RIP. Wait, I see something here. Use the minimal non-zero metric in redistribution on 2 and 4. Okay. So that means let's do show IP protocols include OSPF1 is what we want. Redistribute OSPF1 metric 1 match internal external. Enter. Do show run a section router rip. Okay, so now let's do router OSPF1 redistribute rip. Let's do subnets and metric type 2, which it should be by default. I'm going to come over on router 4. So that one I'm going to say is done. Perform mutual redistribution between RIP and OSPF 1.4. Router RIP. Redistribute OSPF 1 metric 1 match internal and external. Come to router OSPF 1 redistribute RIP metric type 2. Oh, excuse me. Subnets. Perform mutual redistribution between RIP and OSPF on router 3. All right. Router RIP. Redistribute OSPF 1. Whoops. OSPF 1 metric 1 router OSPF 1 redistribute. What is it? Redistribute RIP subnets metric type 2. Perform mutual redistribution between EIGRP 10 and OSPF on router 1. Perform mutual redistribution from EIGRP 20 into EIGRP 10 and OSPF on router 1. Do not perform any other redistribution except as required in the EIGRP section. What was required in the EIGRP section? Okay, yeah, the loopbacks one, router 8. Okay, router 1. Conf-T, router OSPF 1. Redistribute EIGRP 10 metric type 2 subnets. Enter. I'm also going to do redistribute EIGRP 20 metric type 2 subnets. Hang on. So I didn't do mutual, I just did the one way. And I didn't do mutual. It says mutual redistribution between 10 and OSPF. And perform redistribution from 20 into 10 and into OSPF. Alright, so that's just a one way. Do not perform any other redistribution. Okay, so let's back up and do. I did EIGRP into OSPF, so now I need to do router EIGRP 10. Redistribute OSPF 1. Match internal, external, metric 1,000, 100, 255, 1,500. Okay, and I'm also going to redistribute EIGRP 20, metric 1,000, 100, 255, 1, 1,500. 20 into EIGRP and into OSPF. Okay, that's done and done. Use the minimal non-zero metric and redistribution on R2 and 4. What does it say for what protocol? I would assume that is RIP, right? But I guess it could be OSPF. Alright, so let's just scoot over to router 2 and take a look. Router OSPF 1. Redistribute RIP 1. Nope, redistribute RIP. Metric. Metric 1. Subnets. Uh-oh. Where you at, router 4? What's going on? Conf T. Router OSPF 1. Redistribute. RIP. Subnets. Metric. 1. Metric type. 2. And of course I forgot that over here. Router OSPF 1. Redistribute. RIP. Metric. 1. Metric type 2. Subnets. Show run section router OSPF. Okay, looks right. Oh. When configuring redistribution from RIP into OSPF on router 2 and 4, permit only the following networks. When configuring redistribution from OSPF into RIP on 2 and 4, deny the networks listed in the previous bullet. Use a single standard ACL on each router. Configuring redistribution permit only the following networks. When configuring redistribution from OSPF into RIP, this is confusing. Wait a second. When configuring redistribution from RIP into OSPF on router 2 and 4, permit only the following networks. When configuring redistribution from OSPF into RIP on R2, deny the networks listed in the previous bullet. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. 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 Okay, let's try this. Let's see if we can do it in a notepad. Oh, no. Let's see. Access list. Let me do it once in here for sorry, access list 1. Permit. Permit 172.16.26. Uh, 172.16.30.0. Just hammering this out now. Sometimes I hit tab in Notepad thinking it will autocomplete and it never does. Now I'm going to do route map, RIP, OSPF, permit, match IP address 1. Then I'm going to do exit route map OSPF RIP. Deny match IP address 1. Okay. Do show run section router OSPF. Route map RIP OSPF. Metric type 2. Show run section router RIP. Route map do show run section router OSPF. Route map, OSPF, rip. Alright, let's see here. Here's my rip. I don't understand this. Let's see, OSPF 1. Show run section router OSPF. Oh. Verify all IP. So I tell you what, let's get over to router 6 and see what 6 sees. Show IP. Oh. Run section router rip. I'm getting stuck. How can I even check this? Show IP route. Alright, do I see anything from 2, 4, and 6? In fact, 30.30.1. Router 6. Let's see, where's that's 26. Where's 30? 30's connected. 104. distribute OSPF 1. Why can't I get those networks over to router 6? Router 1. I see 104. I see external tape 2. 102. I see 30. I see 26. I see. I don't get it. 30 is going to 2. 26 is equal. 104 is going to 4. 106 is going to 2. 102 is going to 2. One of those routers. Router 6. Come on, man. Shape your route. Why are you not seeing my prefixes here? Huh? but the RIP has no fucking gateway out, man. That's my problem. Verify that all IPv4 IGP prefixes are specified in the lab can be reached from all devices. Well, at this point it can't, because router 6 doesn't see shit. Externals, enter area. Here's an external. Enter area. I should see all of these. And that's my point. When I get here over to show run section router RIP, if I go ahead and take this off, say conf t router RIP no, and then just do redistribute OSPF1 in match internal external. I should see on router 6 a whole bunch of prefixes. Man. Look, I think I got the filtering right. I'm giving myself a 0 for the verify all IPv4, and I'm pissed because I have never gotten that in any lab. There's always a prefix, there's always a subnet, there's always something that fucking can't be reached. I'm just pissed off. You know? Alright. Next section is BGP, 9 points. After that, I think we're done with routing protocols, and it comes into sort of device administration and security, which I'm happy to do. So, I'll bring these requirements over here. BGP, configure BGP Autonomous System 100 on 1, 3, and 4. Configure BGP AS on router 5. Okay. Configure BGP relationships within AS100 using peers 1 to 3 and 1 to 4. Okay. Configure BGP peer relationship between AS100 and 500 using 3, and 5. Okay. Configure BGP relationship between 5 and backbone in AS500. Okay. Alright, so it doesn't say whether or not to use interface peerings or loopbacks. Advertise the following networks. You should learn the following networks. Configure R5 to advertise. Control BGP routing. Okay, so router for router BGP 100. Router 1. Uh, 172.16.124. I'm going to go ahead and say it's interface addresses. Remote AS 100. And over here on 4, conf T router BGP 100. Neighbor 172.16.124.1. Remote AS 100. I'm going to say that that neighbor is a route reflector client, and that they have another neighbor 172.16, which is 15.3, which is also a remote AS 100, and that one too is a reflector client. Okay. 3. So do show IP BGP sum. Router 1, show IP BGP sum. Okay, up, down. And then router 3 to 5, which is neighbor 172.16, 35.5, remote AS 500, router 5, router BGP 500. Neighbor 172.16, 35.3, 35.3, remote AS 500. Show IP BGP. Some idle. Should be up in a minute. Closing. Idle. Oh, okay. I made a mistake. Router BGP 500. Neighbor 170. No. That's up. So let's do neighbor. Show IP BGP sum. Active. Now we're in idle. I didn't see BGP open sent. Okay. Show IP interface brief. This one right here. Show interface, paste. /24. Okay. Show run section. BGP. 2111. This is eBGP. We're one hop away. Show run section BGP. Remote AS 500. Again, one hop away. BGP router ID. Okay. Might not have reachability. Okay, looks like I probably don't. So let's trace it out. R5. R5 needs to go to backbone. R5 shows CDP neighbor. Oh, show IP interface brief. We're going to be using ETH01. ETH01 goes to switch 2. Switch 2, 1, 0. Show run interface ETH10. Switch port mode access. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. Show interface trunk. Trunk is going across 1, 2. Okay, got it. And that goes into switch 4. Switch 4 show interface. Trunk. 1299. Show VLAN. V99. And this. Show IP interface brief. Okay. Show run interface ETH00. Okay. Switch 4. Interface. Switch port mode. Trunk. Switch port trunk. Encapsulation .1Q. Switch port mode trunk. Switch port trunk allowed. VLAN. Okay. Let's see if we're up. Still says idle. Alright, now I can ping. Okay, excellent recovery. Configure autonomous system 100, configure BGP AS 500, BGP 1 to 3, 1 to 4, got it. 3 to 5, got it. Configure BGP relationship, got it. What we got left? We got 3 sheets left, and about an hour and a half. Okay, show IP BGP sum. Alright, I'm up now. Prefixes learned, show IP BGP. Okay, those are all coming from backbone. which means they should be advertised to router 3. Show PBGP. Got the 140s. That should be advertised to router 1. Show PBGP. Got it, and should be reflected over to router 4. Now, what does it say for the next hop for router 1? It's router 5. 35.5. For show PBGP. 35.5. Okay. Advertise the following networks in AS100 from router 3. Which network? 50. Show interface. Alright, router BGP 100, network, 0, mask. Following networks in autonomous system 100 from router 3. All right, we I think we already checked that, so let's check router 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got it. Configure router 5 to advertise all the listed prefixes to router 3. There's nothing you have to do there. Okay. Configure router 3 to advertise only /8. Configure router 3 to accept only the following from AS500. Okay. Use the ACL with no more than 2 lines. Filtering should remain accurate even if additional networks are advertised by AS500. Wants to advertise a /8 to who? The networks learned by router 3 from should be present in the routing tables, okay? Router 4 should have only one single BGP route. Router 1 and 3 should be able to ping destinations on 4 networks learned from AS500. Router 4 should be able to ping destinations in 1 network. Oh my god, this is a Swiss cheese filtering. It's poking holes in everything. Okay. Filtering should remain accurate even if additional networks are advertised. Router 3 and router 1. Understand that requirement. Router 4 should have only a single BGP route in its IPv4 routing table. No other BGP routes are allowed on router 4. Do not introduce modifications in the router 4 BGP table to meet this requirement. I don't know. The networks learned by router 3 should be present in the routing tables, both. Okay, it doesn't say who to send the summary to, so let's do aggregate address 172 and the mask. Okay, now I'm advertising an aggregate. Let's see if 5 picks it up. Show IP BGP. 5 picks it up. Let's see if 1 picks it up. Show IP BGP. 1 picks it up. Okay, configure router 3 to advertise only. Okay. Where are you, router 3? BGP 100. Let's get back to that aggregate and let's do summary only. I gotta stretch. Land Tamer. Wow, you're still going. That's awesome. Let me tell you what, man. It is not without its challenges. It's not without its emotional ups and downs and the occasional cursing and burnout. So probably the laptop I switched to, but your background music is drowning you out a little bit. I haven't turned it up or anything. I wonder if I don't know if can anyone else let me know if the background music is drowning me out or not. I'll turn it down if so. All right, while I'm waiting for that, I'll check this out. Let's go over to router 5. Show IP BGP. This is router 1, show IP BGP. Okay, it's doing the /8. Check this. What's here? OBS, okay. Yeah, if someone wants to let me know out there, just want to see if it's just one person or if it's all. If you can hear me clearly or not over the music, and I'll turn it down. Okay, router 1. Router 3 should accept only the following networks from AS500. Use the ACL with no more than 2 lines. Okay, so I think that ACL is going to be, we'll do it here. Access list, we'll call this one 40, because it's 140. Access list, permit 140, 10, 2.0, and hang on, I'm thinking. If I do 20, not 23, if I do 1, 25. Hang on a second. Why am I think I'm screwing this up? It needs to be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. This needs to match, so it's these right here. Yeah, 23. Yeah. That needs to match. That can be either or. And then the next one is going to be 4. router 3 to accept only the following networks from 500. Okay, let's get on router 3. Show IP BGP. I'm going to put in 2 access lists. Next, I'm going to do router BGP 100 neighbor, which is 172.16. 35 5. Now we're going to use filter list. No. We can use distribute list. And I did 40. And let's do it inbound from that neighbor. All right, let's see. From the 140s, I got 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what I did was I filtered out 1 and 6, I believe. Yes, here's what we had before. And here's what we have now, 2, 3, 4, and 5, okay? Configure router 3 to accept only. Got that. Router 3 is pure with router 1. Let's say show IP BGP. Got it. And then use ACL with no more than 2 lines. Filtering should remain accurate even if additional networks are advertised. I think I meet that requirement. The networks learned by router 3 from AS500 should be present in the routing tables of 1 and 4. 1 and 4. Show IP BGP. Okay, got it. Router 4 should have only a single BGP route. So this bullet point is kind of confusing. Router 4 should have only a single BGP route, which it gives you, in its IPv4 routing table. No other BGP routes are allowed on router 4. Do not introduce modifications in the router 4 BGP table to meet this requirement. So I'm not allowed to adjust anything on R4, which I'm thinking this is like a perfect candidate for a table map. For a table map. The only thing I can think is if I can't touch router 4, I need to do outbound prefix filtering on router 1. But because router 1 is a route reflector, so if I do show IP BGP, excuse me, show IP route BGP, it only wants me to see 1. And I cannot, no other BGP routes are allowed. Do not introduce modifications in the R4 BGP table to meet this requirement. So I think I can filter incoming from router 1. Is that considered modifications to the BGP table? The instructions are not clear for me.
I am who say I am.
Okay, but wait a second. It says the networks learned by router 3 from AS500 should be present in the BGP tables of 1 and 4. So that's what I have here. They are present in the show IP BGP in the BGP tables. But the next bullet point says router 4 should have only a single BGP route in its routing table. I think this is a table map. It says do not introduce modifications in the R4 BGP table to meet this requirement. I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can think of is like if we, you know, up the administrative distance to 255 for those unwanted routes, and they won't show up in the routing table. They'll be in the BGP table, they won't be in the routing table. Let me see, distance. Administrative distance. Let's see, I want the administrative distance to be 20 for source address. Wildcard bits. Distance for routes external to the AS. So we can use the distance command, I think. We can use the table map, and I'm not sure which is right.
Inhale and exhale.
I mean, judging by the complexity of this lab, I don't think they would introduce a table map. This lab has not been very complex. It's been pretty intermediate. And, that's the challenge with these labs, trying to figure out which feature to use based on the guardrails given. Yeah, and you know, I don't feel like it is too confusing. You know, I always remember hearing horror stories that, you know, from when I was coming up through CCNA, that like, you know, they're out to get you, you know, they're going to trick you, they're going to make you, you know, and I haven't really found that throughout my journey. There's not a lot of times where actually something is like set out to trick you. I think the the answers are always there. It's just interpretation, and it's just something I've come to expect, I guess, or you know, accept rather, something I accept. Can you hear me now, Land Tamer? I've heard that feedback a lot as well from other CCIEs, from more recent labs. Gosh, man, I hope not. I'll be taking a recent a lab, you know, sooner than later, I hope. How'd your stream go? I saw you were streaming today. Did you do a giveaway? Most of the time, I can hear you fine. Okay. Tell you what I'll do. I'll slide that down just a little bit. I think I'm down in the 46 range now. I went down about 6 decibels. I don't know if that made much of a difference at all. Let me know, Tamer. Give me some feedback. I can't hear it myself. All right. Show IP BGP. Show IP route BGP. Those prefixes are in there. Show do a hard reset. Hey Alex, how you doing? Wow, 2 days in the boot camp. That's right, so he starts on a Friday over there, I guess, Friday night. And you're in Warsaw, right? No, or Brussels. Well, where's the boot camp today? Waiting for this convergence. Warsaw, yeah. So how are you finding it? Well, started on Saturday, it's now Sunday night there, okay. Saw a photo on LinkedIn of the international class. All right, there's my show IP. Route BGP. Alright, that's what I thought. Show IP, BGP. Okay. So I don't know if this is the solution that they're looking for in this requirement, show IP. But the requirement was on router 4, you had to receive all of the prefixes that originate from outside of your autonomous system, as advertised for your intermediate router. So here's the 4 prefixes. I call it 2, 3, 4, and 5. In your BGP table, show IP BGP. But in the routing table, you can only see the 1. I think that's what they wanted, except it says, do not introduce modifications in the routing 4 BGP table to meet this requirement. So, you know what? I think I'm going to take the table map out. I think that is directly modifying the BGP table. I think it's best to probably filter it inbound from the neighbor. I tell you what, Land Tamer, from my experience over on Narvik's boot camp, it's not so much that it is so intense. It is pretty intense, but it's the fact that, at least for me, on day one is like a 12-hour day, or a 14 or 16-hour day, and you practically go till 2 in the morning on day 1, and then day 2 was like an 18-hour day, and you go till like 4 or 5 a.m. And like that's why it makes it so intense. You know, I think he does that on purpose. I'm just sort of joking, I guess, but yeah, you know, you start a lab at like 11 p.m. and it's like a 6-hour lab. And hey, good job on your 89% in the pre-assessment lab. Hey, Alex, was that the CA12 lab? CA12 was the ID number for that one, let me know. All right, now I'm gonna back this out and see if I can filter it another way. Can I filter it another way? I'm gonna try. Runner BGP 100, no table map BGP. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking about when he comes back through my area, seeing if I can do a reset at his boot camp. I don't know if they'll let me, but we'll see. Because I'd like to do it right before I attempt my actual lab exam. No, it was CA01. Oh, okay. CA01 was the pre-assessment. Okay. So the graded assessment I took was CA12, and it was pretty freaking difficult. And then later on in the week, we did CA01. I did CA01 last weekend on stream. I thought I did well, but actually after I graded myself, the points didn't add up. But I felt confident about it, so I'll probably circle back around and do it again one day. I'm doing CA2 right now, Alex, so if you don't want any spoilers, plug your ears. All right, I'm gonna try this filtering now from router 4 distance. I'm gonna call it 255 from the source address of 172.16.124.1 is my neighbor. From that neighbor, in the access list, I'm gonna call it access list 40, even though I don't think that's the one. Just as a test, as an experiment. Clear IP BGP star, and I'm gonna do a hard reset on BGP. CA12 was on Tuesday. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to remember the labs we did. I thought CA12 was the first one. CA12 is tough. It really is tough. I wish you well on it. I know some of the tidbits of information you've shared with me throughout the past couple of months. You know, I know you're up there, and you're probably ready for the lab. You know, good job getting prepared. I think Narvix Boot Camp is a great way. I would probably do Narvix Boot Camp 1 month before you decide to test, because then you can really binge for like a month and go test. I don't think I could take Narvix Boot Camp and then sit around for a few months and then try and go, because for me it was just so energizing to be around like-minded people who just want to do routing and switching and get into all the nerd knobs that there is. It was just energizing, being part of a group like that. And after after I took Narvix Boot Camp, I studied harder than I ever have, harder than I'm studying now, just because you have the momentum. It was really cool. All right, show IP BGP. Okay, the rib is better. Why is the rib better? Show IP route BGP. Okay. So again, I don't know if they want table map here, and I'm going to make a note to myself for this. I'm going to call it table map or admin distance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this access list. Show run include access list. Guys, I'm going to go for about 1 more hour. It's nearly 4 o'clock here. And I'm going to go to about 5 and just see how far I get. Do show run. Let's see. Yeah, exam booked for 21st November. Good. So just about a month and a half out. So hoping to study hard and intelligent. Man, I wish you the best of luck. Please keep us in the loop. And remember, if you need any support or encouragement or anything like that, please reach out to the Land Tamer Discord server. That's what we're all about here. So I'm going to do no access list 40. No access list 40. And instead, I'm going to do let's see if I can do this deny. And then the rest I want to do permit. Again, I don't know which is right here. 3, 4, and 5. Oops, I did 5 already. I'll do 4. I do show run include access list. Okay. So now I'm going to do end clear IP BGP star soft. See if soft gets me what I want. Yeah, it's my wife that needs support. Oh man, I feel you. I feel you 100%. My wife is one of my biggest supporters. She's the reason I have this study time that I have now on Sundays. It's really hard being a family man and taking one full day out of every week, as well as every evening out of every week. I take every evening to study, as well as I do one full day on the weekend, which is Sunday. It really takes a lot. It takes its toll on the family. My kids notice it, and but you know, I'm just keeping the finish line in scope, and really gonna hammer this thing out. Show IP BGP. All right, so I'm gonna do a hard clear IP BGP star. Then Alex, you're where, in the UK? No, I appreciate everyone coming out. And Scotland, very cool. So I guess you had to fly over. Fly over to Poland. You know who else I think is in Poland? I think Dimitri. Dimitri Figol is over there in Poland as well, somewhere. All right, show IP BGP. All right, show IP route BGP. Oh, okay. So I still need to filter that sucker. But I can add that on the access list. Which is 172.0.0.0, 255, 255, 255. So I'm going to do it one more time. Clear IP BGP star. Do a hard clear. And then I think I'm at the end of the BGP section, actually. So next starts router maintenance, administrative access, monitor network forwarding, monitor network traffic, router security, part 1, part 2, VLAN security, and then finally multicast. They always stick me with multicast at the very end. But this is the end of the BGP section, so as soon as this converges and wraps up, I have about 1 more hour left in me. I'll do 1 more hour, and it looks like this is mostly sort of infrastructure management and security, which I definitely have been exposed to most of it in my professional life, but I'm sure there's still meeting these hard requirements is going to be difficult. think so. Show IP route. Show IP route BGP. Good. Now I got my single prefix. And again, I'm not sure if they want table map for that one or admin distance. I don't know. I don't know what they were asking. But router 1 and 3 should be able to ping destinations on 4 networks. Learn from AS500, and router 4 should be able to ping 1. So there we go. So if I do a, I don't even know if I can have reachability for this. 10, 2, 1. Let's see, what happens if I do a trace? So it gets all the way to 5. Looks like it bombs out at the backbone router. Show IP BGP on the backbone router. Oh, okay. I think I know my problem here. So let me come over to this one. Conft do show run section router BGP, not router. Router BGP. I'm gonna do this one and do next hop self. Should probably do it over here on 10. Clear IP BGP star soft. There you go. Alright, now I bet I can hit it. Sweet. Alright. I'm pinging across the map. Oh. CA01. Yes, CA01. I did that one last stream. It was hey, with Alex, with your bootcamp package with Narvik, are you getting the Cisco expert level or Cisco 360, like 10 workbook labs and assessment labs to go with it? Because that's what I'm working off of now. Actually, when I took my Narvik bootcamp back in January or February, I had like 100 hours of workbook labs and a few assessment labs that came as part of the package. And that's what I'm working off of now, which is why I did CA2 last weekend. I'm doing CA1 last weekend. I'm doing CA2 right now. I also did troubleshooting 2 this morning. Yep, that's what I got. Okay. Yeah, it's very cool. The CA1 I didn't think was too difficult, but I was actually surprised at my score. That I didn't score as high as I thought. I felt very confident about it. So, but I didn't find it too difficult. Actually, I don't find this one difficult. Too difficult either. Although I have gotten stuck on some silly items. But the topology wasn't hard, and the requirements were not hard. But I certainly have gotten stuck. I really enjoyed the troubleshooting labs. I don't think it's not part of Narvik's program, the troubleshooting labs from Cisco 360, but they're really cool. And Narvik builds his own labs as well, which his labs are designed to screw you up. They are designed to trip you up on things you were never taught. And I think he enjoys it, personally. But, you know, in doing so, I did learn a lot from his labs. And I really enjoyed working together as a group, you know, because for some things what we did is kind of sit back and compare notes on how we solved some of the different challenges in some of Narvik's labs. And I learned a couple of things that stick with me to this day. All right, next thing up on this, next section is 11 points. That's a lot of points. Router maintenance. Configure router 4 to supply configuration information to a new router that will be connected to VLAN 40. Okay, I'm on router 4. The new router will use interface Ethernet 01 with the MAC address of, and Ethernet 01 interface should be assigned the IP address. Okay, so I'm putting an imaginary host on there. The new router should receive its configuration from the TFTP server 50, located on VLAN 30. The new router should receive its configuration from the TFTP server 172.50 on router 3, and should send the request for the configuration R100 config via router 2. Man, this is a tough one. Okay. Alright, I think I got it. Alright, so let's do config T, IP, DHCP, pool. I'm going to call it DHCP. I don't really care. Okay, network. And network 172.16.26.0, okay, /24. Okay, router 4, default router 172.16.26.2, exit, IP DHCP, excluded address 172.16.26, 0, 0 through 172.16.26.99. IP DHCP. I think I can do a I can do a pool, which I called it DHCP. And I think I can do a boot file name R100 .config. I also want to do host 172.16.26.100. No, I want to do like some sort of reservation. Renew, remember, configure renewal, subnet allocation. Maybe it is host. No. Client name, client identifier. Let me see. Client identifier. And his identifier is going to be 0010 dot 7b e8 dot 131d. This command may not be used with network, origin, VRF, or relay pools. Okay. No network. I think that'll be fine. 172.116.26.0. Client may not be used. Well, I just thought I took that off. Do show run. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. No network. 255. Host 172.16.26.100. Show run section DHCP. All right. Host 100, client identifier, boot file, default router is going to go out. Router 2. Oh, okay. Also, I need to set the client name, default router. Okay, I gave you the default router, okay. Give you the config file, which is the boot file name. Relay, remember, renew. I think I don't actually know this. Default router. What the hell is it? 72.16 50.100. Show run section DHCP. Okay, hope that works. All right, so that's something I haven't done before. I won't know if I got it right. I don't think, can I test this? I could get a router to use DHCP, but I don't know if it would grab the boot file information. You know, that's sort of, I don't have a server set up for that. I don't have a TFTP server set up for that. To receive its configuration from the TFTP server at 50.100, there isn't one set up. So I'm not sure. Definitely not sure. But I'm going to go ahead and mark these with check marks because I think I'm meeting the requirements, but I won't know until I grade myself. And that brings me down to 2 pages, y'all. All right. This says complete private network connectivity. Configure the 777.3 address on router 3. What? Without changing any pre-existing IP addresses. Do not advertise subnet 7770 in any routing protocol. Ensure that workstations on the private address space can reach the rest of the network using a portion of the address space of... Okay. Let's get on router 3. Wow, this is mixed up. This is going to be a challenge. Show IP interface brief. Okay. I don't see that interface, that IP address configured. Configure the address on router 3's Ethernet 01 interface. That's this one here. Okay, so interface, IP address 777.3, 24-bit mask. Secondary? Maybe a VRF in the interface using DHCP. Not sure about the boot file thing. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I've never done it before. It's definitely worth setting up in EVE-NG or something, but I'm not in EVE-NG, so I I don't have as much flexibility in this environment. I am thinking about a VRF maybe for this task, but I'm really not sure. It's also good to see you, Aaron. Glad to have you on stream today. Do not advertise subnet in any routing protocol. Ensure that workstations on the private address space can reach the rest of the network using a portion of the address space of the 31 subnet. Where is the 31 subnet? Is that the primary interface I'm on? Yes, it is. What's weird is I think over on router 10 there's a 7 address somewhere. Seven, 10, 124, 129. Okay, something different. I think this is going to be a NAT. I think there's going to be a NAT, IP NAT inside. I think someone told me that NAT screws with the IOL images and a few other things as well. I think NBAR really screws with the IOL images. Takes a while. Let's map this out. I'm not really sure. Ensure that the workstations on the private address space can reach the rest of the network using a portion of the address space. Yeah, so I'm just going to let this cook. It's going to take a minute, I think, to come back. I've been warned about this. All right, I'm going to read ahead. Configure administrator access to R7. Let's see if I can just move on. to R7. Ensure that the administrator can access only R7 from R3 interface loopback 0 using only telnet. Apply the configuration. Okay, so let's do compt do show run section line VTY. Do show access list 1. I don't see access list 1. Guess we can put access list 1. Access list 1. Permit host loopback 103 on router 3, which is 172.16.103.1. It says no login, but it says ensure the administrator can access only router 7 from router 3 interface loopback 0 using only telnet. Apply the configuration on router 7. So it says transport input telnet. I think we're good to go there. So I guess I could try it. If router 3 is back to normal, here we go. So let's try telnet, maybe do telnet 172. Where's router 7 anyhow? 72.16. Oh man, I don't know if I have reachability all the way that far. Connection refused by remote host. Uh, 23. Connection refused by remote host. How about it says no login. Privilege level 15. TY. R7. Show IP interface brief. Let me just try this. Oh, okay. Okay. Router 3. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hang on, let's do that again. Do telnet. Telnet 172.16.110.1. Port number 23. Source interface. Loopback 103. Okay. Okay, well I'm going to mark that up as a win because using a different IP address gets an immediate failure. It also doesn't give us a username to specify or anything like that. Alright, so back on router 3. Show IP interface brief. Router 3, router 3, router 3, router 3, what was I doing? Where did I configure Ethernet 01 interface? Okay. So I need to see this one. Compt interface. IPNet outside. 50. Oops. Interface. IPNet outside. Serial. Actually, you know what? Isn't that wrong? Aren't I wrong? I think I might be wrong. I think my understanding of this is actually going to be wrong. Interface is inside. Enabled. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, I did 30, 50, and serial. Okay, that was right, yeah. Is inside, okay. So IPNAT, inside, source, list, access number for list 77, which is ETH01, I think. I don't know if I'm doing this right, guys. ETH01. Sure. Overload that sucker. Access list 77, permit 7777 0. Show IPNAT. Statistics. Okay, so let's do like ping 172 16, and let's source it from oh, mentors. Still going strong. Had to finish some yard work with wife when I was grocery shopping. Tony's a beast. Thank you, sir. Great work, man. Hoorah. I'm telling you what. I just like I told Tamer, man, it is not without its ups and downs. It has been a journey. Show IP, NAT. Translations. I have no translations. I know I'm screwing this up, guys. What am I screwing up? Packet source IP address. I don't know. I don't know what I'm screwing up. Screwing up something. There you go. Simulate traffic every 2 minutes by sending 100 test packets and monitor the jitter of the simulated traffic from 5 to 1. 5 to 1. Provide a minimal configuration on router 1. Provide 2 separate sets of simulated traffic from router 5 to 1 with one set of traffic marked as precedence 4 and the second set of traffic marked as precedence 3. For any type of IP service that needs to be configured for the task, make sure that router 1 is the server of any supporting service. Okay, guys, that one, I'll give myself a 0. I know it's an IPSLA in combination with a little QoS, but I would be grasping at straws to configure it. I would not be able to do it. The previous one, the NAT example, I know I got it wrong, and I just don't want to mess with it anymore because I'm not sure I'll learn anything by just mucking around in the configs. So I'm going to mark that one with a question mark as I've tried it and I don't know, and I'm giving myself a 0 for this IPSLA one. One of the last subsections on this one, though, is monitor network traffic. Provide a mechanism that can be used on R1 to count the number of packets received on the serial 10 interface. Packet count should be classified by the precedence settings of the received packets. Do not use any access list to fulfill this requirement. Router 5 should obtain the network time from router 1 for accurate monitoring. That is somewhat completely unrelated. Okay, router 1. Show run interface serial. Also, guys, I'm getting a little bit hungry, and I kind of just want to go eat dinner. It's Sunday Fo Day. You know the deal. You know the drill. I don't know if this is what they're looking for here, but I think it's something with flow sampler, test, egress. No, input. What is that? Flow monitor, flow. What the hell is it? Flow. IP flow, ingress. TikToker's not configured. Flow egress. No, I want to do like a I don't know which flow I need here. None of these look right. I want to do provide a mechanism that can be used on R1 to count the number of packets received on the serial 10 interface. Packet count should be classified by the precedence setting of the received packets. Okay. Do not use any access list to fulfill this requirement. Well, that's what I was going to do. Router 5 should obtain network time from router 1. TP. Let's see, conft NTP server, which is 172.16.13.1. Okay. Let me say show NTP. Let me say show NTP status. Reference is 13.1. Reference time is. I don't actually use. I don't actually configure NTP very often. Almost ever. Normally, it's like one of those things you do when you set up the device, and you never touch it again. Show NTP packets. Let's see. Input output. Okay. Let me see on router 1. Do show NTP packets in out. Do show NTP status. Time. Okay, I don't know. Maybe that's it. gonna give myself a check mark for that little bullet. I don't know if there's didn't ask for authentication or much else. Packet count should be classified by the precedence setting on the received packets. So not egress. I want to see fucking ingress on router 1. Here, let me see. Flow question mark. Flow. Okay. Flow record. Type. Is this right? I don't know. Match API or precedent match. Match interface fields. No, I want to do interface. Match flow. Direction. I think I did that already. Exit. Flow. Monitor. Monitor name. Test. I mean, what the hell? Type. Performance. Test. Getting hungry. Was that right? I don't know. Crap. Not configured. Synchronized interval. I'm really just kind of playing around right now because configuring flow is test 2. Match IPv4 precedence. Match interface input. Match. I don't know what else to do. Flow. Direction. Flow. Monitor. Test 2. Record. Test 2. Statistics. Packet. Protocol. Sampler test 2 does not. Ugh. Require protocol, source and destination ports, first and last timestamps, and packet and byte counters. IP flow monitor cannot set protocol distribution with this flow record. Protocol distribution. Require protocol, source and destination ports, first and last timestamp, packet and byte counters. Okay, I think I'm getting close. Flow monitor test 2. Ow, match. My hands, man. I'm getting like carpal tunnel on this thing, man. Guys, let me tell you what I really want. Look, I have this microphone, and it sits right in front of me, and I have to type around it. You know what I mean? And it's aggravating, and I can't really see the screen because the microphone is in the way. What I really want is like one of those stands that hold the microphone like this. So then I have my whole desk tabletop available without no cords and no nothing. You know what I mean? Alright, exit, exporter, record. I mean, sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted because I'm hungry, I'm tired. Match IP4 protocol. Phone records in use, remove off clients. I'm also getting frustrated with this one. I'm not actually sure what they want here, so again, I think I'm just going to mark it with a question mark. I think I'm on the right track, but I definitely need to read the answer key and understand. There's real value in reading the answer key for these labs. It's more than just checking your work. It's about correlating the requirements with the answer and sort of translating that. Oh, when they say this, when they use this verbiage, they mean this. Oh, well, when it says this, it means this. There's real value in reading the answer key. In fact, one of the tips I think I read on a blog somewhere, I don't remember where, it might have been from when I took the tech class at Cisco Live, which said, in your spare time, like anyone has spare time these days, but in your spare time, beyond study material, actually print off some lab requirements and just read them, just so you can get familiarized with the language used to develop them. Oh, well, let me see what you say, Tamer. I tried to link my mic stand, desk mount. You may need a floor mount though. YouTube didn't let me post a link. Oh, okay. It's okay. My Twitch chat bot complains too. Yes, that's what I was talking about earlier. Interpreting desired outcome, including many restrictions on a solution. Yeah, yeah. I wonder if I can I? Hey Tamara, let's see if you can post that link now. I think I just made you a moderator. See if you can post that link now. All right, the next section is security. Configure router security. Okay, yeah. Let me see if I can highlight that thing. I'm gonna open up a browser and so I don't lose it in chat. I'm gonna paste it in right away. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see what you got there. You know, gear. $10? Is it a good quality? Will it hold up this heavy mic? All right, the network administrator needs to secure the following parts of the network. The administrator does not want any packet to be routed in the network based on the routing path carried in the IP packet. Do not allow DHCP services. Ensure that abnormally terminated TCP sessions are removed. Needs to secure the following parts of the network. The administrator does not want any packet to be routed in the network based on the routing path carried in the IP packet. Okay, so this is what do they call it? Strict routing? No strict routing, is that right? Let me just see if I can figure out what it is here. IP conft, let me see. No IP strict. Maybe it's under an interface. Let me see if I grab an interface. Do show IP interface brief. Let me get a regular Ethernet interface. Can you believe I don't have an Ethernet interface on this thing? Alright, let's grab a serial here. I thought there was a no IP strict. Maybe it's... I'm sorry for the screen flashing. That's how I have it so it doesn't make that ding. Oh, that's what you use with the Yeti mic? With the Yeti mic? Okay. But Tamer, it almost looks like your setup, that yours is sitting on the desk. Does yours come in sideways? You know what I mean? Like this? Or does it come in from below? Okay, I think it's like strict routing policy, IP strict, IP policy list. No, that's not it. Mine is mounted on the side of a desk away from the monitor, and I have it coming in under my mouth for best gain. Yeah. Cisco strict routing. Doing a little search real quick. Unicast reverse path forwarding. That's Unicast RPF. Strict loose source routing. Oh, maybe it's source route. Oh crap. IP source route. Okay. No IP source route. Let's see. Let's find source route in this list, see what it says. Process packets with source routing header options. So let's do no IP. In fact, if I can do it here. This is my script. No IP source route. Select all, a couple of carriage returns, send. Oh, okay, of course I did not. Okay. Conft, no IP, source route, enter. Okay. Do not allow DHCP services. I'm running DHCP now. How can I not allow DHCP services? Develop a sample configuration. A sample configuration that achieves the requirements and apply it on R5. Apply interface specific commands to the fast 00 interface. Ensure abnormally terminated sessions are removed. Guys, I'm reading ahead, a couple of sections ahead, and I don't know how much further how much more headway I'm gonna make on this. I am at the last section here, second to the last, which is security. A couple of these items I'm not familiar with, so I'm gonna be using them as learning lessons. The last one here is switch 2 is connected to a test environment network. Where's switch 2? Yeah, which is VLAN 90. Switch 2 will be providing security separation between the test segment and the rest of your network. Provide a solution to allow traffic sourced on the network only from selected hosts in the 4th octet to be permitted on your network. Apply the solution on switch 2 interface in subnet. Okay. Do not use filtering techniques based on layer 2 filtering. Use a minimum number of statements for this task. Okay, I think I can do this. Let's see how I got my I regret not getting a shock mount. Probably going to buy that now. Thanks for the links, Tamer. Thanks for the advice, man. How'd your giveaway go today? I'm opening your picture now. Oh, okay, I see. I see how that works now. I see your setup. I need to get one of those pop filters as well. Okay. All right, let me get back at it. This one I think I can do. So let me hop on router 3. Where's my mouse? Router 3. Okay. This one I'm going to do. I'm going to call it access list 90. Permit. Went well, we have a winner, just no address yet, so we may re-roll tomorrow. Very cool, man. Very cool. I hope you had some good attendance over there on stream today. I know it helps me, so I hope it helps you as well. Access list permit. What I'm thinking is in the 4th octet, and use a minimal number of statements for this task. Apply the solution on the switch 2 interface. Oh, the switch 2 interface. Crap. Switch 2, where you at? Switch 2 interface. Switch 2. Do show IP interface brief. Let's see if I can finish this up. All right, that's VLAN 90. I know I have a layer 3 interface here, which is ETH02. Okay, interface ETH02. IP access group. I'm going to call it 90 out. And then I'm going to do access list 90 permit 172.16.90 .0 I'm thinking here. I'm thinking. I think I know what it's asking me, but provide a solution to allow traffic sourced on the network only from the selected host addresses in the fourth octet to be permitted on your network. Oh man, I think we can do this as an extended access list. No, that's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, this has to be 31. /31, which is 254, which is like this. Crap. That's not what I know what I want to do, but I can't execute it because I'm not sure. Do not use layer 2 filtering techniques. Use a minimal number of statements for this task. Access group, access list name, standard or extended. I mean, I can just put. I'm trying to do something fancy with the mask, but okay. I tell you what. I know that this is wrong what I'm about to do, but I'm gonna slap it in. I mean, that's not what they wanted. I think I know what they wanted. Okay, so show IP interface Ethernet 02. And we have a output feature access list. Outgoing access list is 90. Show IP access. Show access list 90. Okay. I don't think that's what they expect. I think that's actually they want something a little more artistic with the mask, but we'll see. Been a long day, guys. I've been out this since 8 this morning, and in fact, I said I wanted to go till 5, and here we are at 5, and I still have I got 3 minutes till 5, and I'm not going to start this section because I won't be able to solve it. It's a multicast. I'm still struggling with multicast, so I'm gonna highlight this and give myself a 0. So all in all, look, that's the last section on this documentation. All in all, this was 17 pages. It wasn't all 17 pages of tasks, but the booklet is 17 pages. Great practice for the real deal. Thank you, man. And there's a lot on here. I did not think it was actually too difficult. It certainly wasn't impossible. It was not. It wasn't too difficult. I don't think it was at all. I've definitely seen harder labs. This one was an intermediate difficulty, and I don't think it was that bad. I really enjoyed it, guys. I love, love, love doing these labs. It's what I've been preparing for. You know what I mean? That's why I'm in this game. This is it. I really enjoy it. I'm going to take a break, go have some Sunday pho day with the family, and then we will. I'll grade it tonight, do a little wrap up, and I'll be able to see everyone back here again tomorrow for picking up the little sections of these 2 labs that I didn't do. And in fact, the first lab I did today was a troubleshooting lab. Wait a second. What the hell am I looking at here? 6, 7, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Was a troubleshooting lab, and I only did 5 of the tickets. So I'm only going to grade 5 of the tickets. I'm not going to look at the answer key for the other 5. Instead, I'm going to leave those as open tickets to solve throughout the week. So it'll be a really great learning experience. So, hey, thanks all for sticking with me today. I've been at this 9 hours straight. All right, you tell me someone else who does this 9 hours straight. Okay, Narvik doesn't go 9 hours straight. In case you're out there, Narvik, I'm kidding, and of course I love you, and I want to take your class again. That's it, guys. I will see you on the other side.